The forest north of Ko had no name on any human map. Issei Hyoudou had learned, over the past 2 years, that the places without names were usually the places where something was being hidden. He moved through the tree line with Drag humming low against his forearm, the boosted gear quiet but ready, and Asia's warning still echoing in his ears from that morning. Something is bleeding in the old grove. Something that should not be there. He found the grove an hour before sunset. It was a wound in the forest, a ring of blackened trees standing around a stone circle that predated the shrine towns of the region by centuries. Chains hung from iron posts driven into the earth, and at the center of the circle a woman knelt with her wrists bound above her head, silver hair fallen across her face, skin the color of dusk. Her ears were long and pointed, marking her at a glance as something other than human, and the runes carved into the stones around her pulsed with a sickly violet light that made Issei's stomach turn. He did not recognize the sigils. He recognized the smell, though. Blood magic, old and patient, the kind that did not care how long it took to finish its work. 2 figures stood over her. They wore no faces Issei could place to any faction he knew, robed in gray with masks like smooth porcelain, and when they turned toward him their movements were too fluid, too rehearsed, like men who had done this 100 times and expected to do it 100 more. "You should not be here," one of them said. Its voice carried no accent, no warmth, nothing that marked it as belonging to a person at all. "Funny," Issei said, stepping into the clearing. "I was about to say the same thing to you." The bound woman lifted her head at the sound of his voice. Her eyes were a deep violet, sharp even through obvious exhaustion, and there was no plea in them, only a flat, furious calculation, as if she were already counting the ways this could go wrong for him too. "Leave," she said, her voice hoarse but steady. "You cannot fight them. They have already broken 2 exorcists and a priestess of my own kin. Save yourself." "I get that a lot," Issei said. "Usually right before I don't listen." The masked figures did not bother with further warning. The one on the left raised a hand and the runes on the stones flared, and threads of violet light lashed out toward Issei like whips made of glass. He did not try to dodge all of them. He raised his left arm and let the boosted gear drink the first strike, the gauntlet's crimson scales flashing as Drake's voice rolled through his skull with open delight. "Oh, this is interesting, partner. That is not Yukai power. That is not devil power either. Someone has been feeding on captive elves for a very long time. Explains later," Issei said, and surged forward. He had grown considerably since the days when a punch from a fallen angel could put him on the ground for a week. 2 years of training under Rias's peerage, sparring against Kiba's speed and Kaniko's strength, and every devil, angel, and stray monster that had wandered into Ko looking for trouble, had turned him into something the old stories would have called a hero without irony. He closed the distance to the nearest masked figure in 3 strides and drove a boosted fist into its chest before it could raise another ward. The impact cracked through the clearing like a thunderclap, and the figure folded backward through the air and did not get up. The second one was faster. It abandoned the ritual entirely and came at Issei with a blade that seemed to be made of the same violet light as the runes, cutting a line across his shoulder before he could fully pivot. It burned rather than cut, a cold burn that made his arm go briefly numb, and he understood in that instant that whatever these things were, they were built to hurt things that were not human just as easily as things that were. "Drag," he said. "I am already counting, partner." 3, 2. "Boost," Issei said, and the gauntlet screamed its answer, power doubling through his arm in a wave that made the ground crack beneath his feet. He caught the next strike of the light blade on his forearm, let it skitter off the reinforced scales, and answered with an uppercut that sent the second masked figure into the stone circle itself, shattering one of the iron posts, and killing the sickly glow of 2 of the runes at once. The remaining runes screamed, a sound with no source that seemed to come from inside his own skull, and the bound woman cried out and arched against her chains as if the broken ritual were tearing through her rather than releasing her. Issei did not wait to see what the masked things would do next. He crossed the circle in 2 steps, closed his hand around the chain above her wrists, and simply pulled until the iron gave way. She fell forward into him, and up close he could see how much the ritual had cost her. Her lips were cracked, her skin far too pale even for a dark elf, and there were old scars along both forearms that had nothing to do with tonight. Still, when she found her footing again, she pushed herself upright rather than lean on him, chin lifted, refusing the posture of a rescue victim even as her legs visibly shook. Behind them, the second masked figure was rising from the broken stone, and beyond it a third had emerged from the tree line, drawn by the noise. Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen. Partner, there are more coming. I am reading at least 6 additional presences moving through the woods, and none of them are friendly. Issei set his stance, pulling the woman lightly behind him with one arm without thinking twice about it. Then I guess we're not done yet, he said. I can still fight, the elf said sharply, though the tremor in her voice undercut the claim. You're chained to a murder circle 2 minutes ago, Issei said. Rest is not a crime. Stand behind me if you can't stand on your own. Something in her expression flickered, not quite gratitude, more like disbelief that anyone would say something so plainly rather than dress it in flattery or pity. She did not argue further. She moved behind him, and Issei felt the boosted gear thrum with satisfaction as 3 more figures stepped into the ruined circle, robes the color of old ash, masks catching the last light of the setting sun. You interrupted a working 11 years in preparation, one of them said. That will not go unanswered. 11 years, Issei repeated. That's a lot of effort to put into hurting one person. She is not one person, the figure said, and for the first time there was something like emotion in its flat voice, something close to contempt. She is the last unbroken bloodline of the Duskwood Elves. Her blood alone can anchor a working that would let us harvest 100 more like her. Killing her outright was never the plan. We only needed her alive long enough to finish the circle. The last of the elf's composure cracked at that, just slightly, a flash of old grief crossing her face before the mask of calm control slid back into place. Issei felt something settle inside his chest that had nothing to do with the boosted gear's power, and everything to do with 2 years of watching people he cared about get treated like resources instead of people. Boost, he said again, and this time Drake's voice came back low and pleased. That is 3, partner. Do you want a 4th before you move, or are we simply ending this now? Ending it now, Issei said, and went to work. The fight that followed was not clean. The masked things fought like they had trained specifically to counter devil reinforcement, weaving through his strikes with unnatural fluidity, and more than once Issei took a burn along his ribs or his back that would have ended a lesser fighter's night early. But he had spent 2 years learning that raw power only one fights against things that had never learned to think, and these things, for all their strangeness, fought with the rigid discipline of soldiers rather than the creative desperation of survivors. He baited the 4th one into overextending and put it through a tree. He let the 5th exhaust its light blade against the boosted gear's scales until the weapon guttered out, then closed the distance and ended it with a single boosted strike to the chest. By the time the 6th fled into the dark rather than face him alone, Issei was breathing hard, his shoulder and ribs burning, his gauntlet dimmed but steady on his arm. He turned back to find the elf woman standing exactly where he had left her, watching him with an expression he could not quite read, somewhere between suspicion and something rawer that she was clearly working very hard to suppress. You are reckless, she said finally. You fought 6 trained ritualists without knowing what they were or what they wanted, over someone you had never met. Yeah, Issei said, wiping blood from his lip with the back of his hand. I get that a lot too. Why? She asked, and the question was not rhetorical. It carried real weight, the weight of someone who had apparently not been asked a kind question in a very long time and did not know what to do with one now. Because you were chained to a rock and somebody was about to use you for parts, Issei said simply. That's a pretty good reason on its own, don't you think? She studied him for a long moment, violet eyes moving over the fresh burns on his shoulder, the torn sleeve, the gauntlet still glowing faintly crimson on his forearm, and something in her posture eased by a fraction, though her chin stayed lifted, her spine straight. My name is Eleanor, she said at last. Of the Duskwood line. What remains of it? Issei Hyoudou, he said. Devil, apparently, and also, apparently, in the business of interrupting murder rituals on Tuesday nights. A ghost of something that might have become a smile crossed her face before she caught it, and put it away. It is Thursday, she said. Even better, Issei said, and offered her his arm to lean on, expecting her to refuse. She looked at it for a long moment, then, slowly, accepted, and the two of them made their way out of the ruined circle and back toward the tree line as the last light left the sky, unaware that 6 more ashen figures were already regrouping somewhere in the dark, and unaware of how much the choice made in this clearing tonight would come to reshape both of their lives. The Hyoudou household had grown used to strange guests over the years, but Eleanor's arrival still managed to draw every eye in the room the moment Issei carried her through the door. Rias rose from the sofa immediately, crimson hair catching the lamplight, her expression shifting from surprise to sharp assessment in the span of a breath. Akino set down her teacup with a soft clink. Asia was already moving toward the kitchen for bandages before anyone asked her to. She needs a healer, not a hospital, Issei said, easing Eleanor down onto the couch as gently as he could manage. Human doctors won't know what to do with elf physiology, and I don't trust anyone outside this house right now. Rias's gaze moved from Issei's torn shirt and the burns along his shoulder to the exhausted, wary woman now sitting stiffly upright on her furniture, and back to Issei. Start from the beginning, she said. All of it. He did, while Asia knelt beside Eleanor with gentle, practiced hands and a soft green light gathering at her palms. The ritual circle. The masked figures who fought like trained soldiers rather than desperate cultists. The mention of a bloodline 11 years in the making, of harvesting more like her. By the time he finished, Akino's playful smile had vanished entirely, replaced by something colder and far more focused, and Rias was pacing slowly in front of the window with her arms crossed. This is not incidental, Rias said. 6 trained ritualists, coordinated tactics, a working over a decade in preparation. Someone spent significant resources chasing one bloodline. That kind of investment means either enormous value or enormous fear. Both, Eleanor said quietly. It was the first thing she had said since arriving, and every eye in the room turned to her at once. She did not flinch from the attention, though Issei noticed her hands tighten slightly in her lap. The Duskwood Elves were not simply another clan of the deep forests, she continued. We carried a bloodline gift, the ability to anchor and stabilize wildlay magic across an entire region. Where my people settled, the land itself grew calmer, safer, more fertile. Where we were destroyed, the opposite followed. 15 years ago, an alliance of powers I still do not fully understand descended on our settlements in a single night and slaughtered everyone they could find. I was a child. I do not remember most of it. I only remember running. The room was silent for a long moment. Asia's hands had stilled on Eleanor's arm. The healing light dimmed to a soft glow, her expression stricken. You've been alone since then, Issei said. It was not really a question. There have been others of my line scattered across the world, Eleanor said. Fewer every year. Whoever hunts us has been thorough. Tonight was the 4th attempt on me specifically that I know of, and the first one I did not escape before they could bind me. Rias exhaled slowly and sat down across from her. The sharp diplomatic mask she wore in front of most guests softened into something more careful. You're safe in this house, she said. I don't say that lightly, and I don't say it to strangers. But Issei brought you here, and that means something in this household. You can stay as long as you need, and we will find out who did this and why. Eleanor's composure, which had held through torture, through combat, through the long walk out of the forest, finally cracked at the plain kindness of the offer, just slightly. Just for a moment, before she pulled it back into place with visible effort. I do not need charity, she said, though her voice had lost some of its earlier edge. It's not charity, Issei said. It's just what we do here. Ask anyone in this house how they ended up living with a bunch of devils. Most of us didn't exactly plan it either. Over the following days, Eleanor's wounds healed under Asia's care faster than any of them expected. Dark elf physiology proving stubbornly resilient once the immediate danger had passed, and with the healing came a slow, visible unclenching, the kind of change that came from a body finally allowed to stop being ready to run. She was guarded, sharp-tongued, quick to bristle at anything that felt like pity, and just as quick to notice and quietly appreciate the small kindnesses of the household that never asked for anything in return. Kaneko left a plate of food outside her door without a word the first night, and never mentioned it again. Kiba taught her the layout of the town without making her feel foolish for not knowing it. Akino teased her gently until the first real laugh, startled and short, escaped her on the 4th day. It was Issei, though, that she watched most closely, and who watched her in return, though either of them said so directly. He found her one evening on the back porch, staring up at a sky full of stars that were considerably dimmer here than whatever forest canopy she had grown up beneath, and he sat down beside her without asking permission, the way he had learned worked best with people who had spent too long having every choice taken from them. "You don't have to talk," he said. "I just didn't want you sitting out here alone." "I am used to alone," she said, but she did not tell him to leave. "I know," he said. "Doesn't mean you have to keep being used to it." She was quiet for a long while, turning something over in her mind, and when she finally spoke her voice was lower than he had heard it before, stripped of its usual defensive edge. "My people believe the land remembers what is done to it," she said. "Kindness, cruelty, all of it seeps into the soil and echoes forward. I have spent 15 years assuming the world had nothing but cruelty left to offer someone like me. It is disorienting to be wrong." "I'm glad you're wrong," Issei said simply. She looked at him then, really looked, the way she had in the clearing right after the chains broke, except the calculation in her eyes had softened into something else entirely, something neither of them was ready to name yet. "Why did you really come after me?" she asked. "Truthfully. Not the version you tell the others." Issei considered the question seriously, the way he considered very little else in his life, weighing the easy answer against the true one. "Asia had a bad feeling that morning," he said finally. "I could have ignored it. People ignore bad feelings all the time because chasing them is inconvenient. But I've spent 2 years watching people I care about get hunted, sold, used, thrown away because somebody decided their power was worth more than their life. I wasn't going to let that happen to one more person if I could stop it. That's the truth. I didn't know you. I just knew what was happening to you, and that was enough." Eleanor looked back up at the dim stars, and for the first time since Issei had met her, something in her shoulders eased all the way down, the vigilance of 15 years loosening by one small, unguarded degree. "That is either the most foolish reasoning I have ever heard," she said quietly, "or the most honest." "Can it be both?" Issei said, and this time her laugh was not startled at all, just soft, just real, and it carried out over the quiet yard like something the night itself had been waiting to hear. The devil who came to see Rias about the Ashen ritualists arrived on a Sunday afternoon, and Issei disliked him within the first 10 seconds of introduction. His name was Malbrant, an older devil from a minor but well-connected house, and he had the particular oiliness of a man who had spent centuries learning to make demands sound like favors. "The Duskwood matter is a delicate one," Malbrant said, seated across from Rias with a cup of tea he had not touched. "There are older houses with long memories who would prefer the last of that bloodline remain unaccounted for. I am not here to threaten anyone, of course. I am here to advise caution." "Advise it somewhere else," Issei said before Rias could answer, arms crossed, standing rather than sitting, close enough to the doorway that led to the room where Eleanor was resting that Malbrant would have had to go through him to reach it. "She's not a matter. She's a person. And she's under this house's protection." Malbrant's smile did not waver, but something behind his eyes sharpened. "Bold words from a young devil still building his own peerage," he said. "Do you know why the Duskwood line was hunted 15 years ago, boy? Not simple malice. Their bloodline gift stabilizes lay magic across entire territories. In the right hands, a Duskwood heir secures a domain for 1,000 years. In the wrong hands, or simply left unclaimed, that same gift becomes a prize worth killing over indefinitely. There is no scenario where she simply gets to live quietly. The only question is whose protection is strong enough to make the killing not worth the cost." The room went very still. Rias's expression had not changed, but Issei had spent enough time around her to recognize the particular quality of her silence when she was recalculating an entire strategy in real time. "Are you saying this house isn't strong enough?" Rias said, her voice level and cold in a way that made even Malbrant's easy composure falter slightly. "I am saying reputation matters as much as strength in these matters," Malbrant said. "A young devil's household with a single unclaimed elf refugee is a target. A household with a bloodline formally, publicly, permanently bound to it through marriage is a fortress. No house risks war over what is already legally, symbolically claimed beyond dispute. I only suggest you consider the difference before older and less patient interests decide the question for you. He left shortly after, and the house sat with the weight of what he had said for a long time before anyone spoke. It was Eleanor herself who finally broke the silence, having listened to the entire exchange from the next room without either shame or apology for eavesdropping. He is not wrong, she said, stepping into the doorway, arms folded, her expression unreadable. Distasteful, calculating, and not wrong. My people understood this dynamic centuries before the Ashen Circle ever existed. A bloodline like mine is never simply left alone. It is claimed, protected, or destroyed. There is no fourth option in the world as it actually works. Issei turned to her, something tight in his chest at the flat, resigned certainty in her voice, the sound of someone who had made peace with a cruelty long before he had ever met her. That's a garbage system, he said. It is the system regardless of whether either of us likes it, Eleanor said. I am not asking you for anything, Issei. I would rather die free than live claimed by someone who saw me as a prize. I have said that to myself every day for 15 years and I meant it every time. But I will not pretend the danger Malbrand described is invented for his own convenience. It is real. It has always been real. Then let's find a version of it you'd actually want, Issei said before he had fully thought through what he was saying, and the room's attention swung toward him so sharply he felt his face go hot. Rias raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitching towards something that was not quite amusement and not quite approval, but close to both. Explain, she said. I'm not saying marry a stranger for political cover, Issei said, working through the thought as he spoke it, because I know that's garbage too. I'm saying if the world only leaves room for claimed or destroyed, then the answer isn't to pretend that isn't true. It's to make claimed mean something real. Something chosen. Not a cage. A family. Eleanor said her people believe the land remembers what's done to it. Maybe that's not just about cruelty. Maybe it's about the opposite too. Build something worth remembering instead of just surviving the next attack. Eleanor stared at him for a long moment, violet eyes searching his face for the calculation Malbrand had worn so easily, the angle, the price tag hidden underneath the pretty words. She did not find it, and something in her expression cracked open in a way Issei had not seen since the night on the porch. You say this so easily, she said quietly. As though it costs you nothing. It costs plenty, Issei said. I'm not pretending it's simple. I'm saying I'd rather build something hard and real with you than hand you over to people who'd rather you be simple and owned. That's the whole offer. No pressure behind it. You get to say no and still have a home here either way. The silence that followed was different from every silence that had come before it in that room, softer, heavier, full of something neither of them was ready to name aloud with an audience present. It was Rias, in the end, who broke it, standing and gathering her teacup with the brisk efficiency of someone closing a difficult meeting. I think, she said, the two of you should finish this conversation somewhere with considerably fewer witnesses. Akino's soft laugh followed them out of the room, and even Kaniko's usually flat expression carried the faint ghost of a smile, and for the first time since the Ashen Circle in the forest, Eleanor allowed herself to be led somewhere by someone else's hand without a single flicker of the old wariness crossing her face. They ended up in the garden behind the house, the same spot where Eleanor had first started to unclench weeks earlier, and for a long while neither of them said anything at all, content to let the quiet settle around the enormous thing that had just been said in front of an audience either of them had asked for. I meant it, Issei said eventually. Every word. But I need you to know it isn't a debt you owe me for the forest, or for any of this. If you told me right now you wanted nothing to do with any of it, I'd still stand between you and Malbrand's kind of thinking. That part was never conditional. I know, Eleanor said, and the certainty in her voice surprised them both. That is precisely why I am still standing here instead of already telling you no. She sat down on the low stone bench beneath the persimmon tree, and after a moment Issei sat beside her, close but not crowding her, the way he had learned worked with her over the past weeks. My mother used to say that a Duskwood bond was not a single promise but 1,000 small ones, she said. Choosing each other again on the ordinary days, not just the desperate ones. I watched that kind of bond exist between my parents for 6 years before it was taken from me. I did not think I would ever see it offered to me directly. I certainly did not expect it from a devil I had known for less than a month. Fair warning, Issei said, I'm not exactly smooth about this stuff. I've made a lot of mistakes with people I cared about. I'll probably make more. I am aware, she said, a faint dry note returning to her voice, which he took as a good sign. I have been living in this house for weeks. I have heard the stories. Somehow it does not change what I am seeing in front of me now. Which is, Issei asked? Someone who ran into a ritual circle for a stranger before asking a single question, she said. Someone who offered me a door out of that room rather than into it. Someone who, when handed the perfect political justification to simply take what he wanted, chose instead to ask. She looked at him then, and there was none of the wariness left in her expression, only something quieter and more deliberate, a choice being made in real time rather than one forced by circumstance. I will not pretend the danger from outside this house disappears because we choose each other, she said. Malbrand was correct about that much. But I would rather face that danger as someone who chose her own family than as a prize waiting to be claimed by whoever moves first. If the offer still stands, Issei Hyoudou, I accept it. Not because the world leaves me no other option. Because you are, against every instinct 15 years of survival taught me, someone I trust. Issei felt something in his chest loosen that he had not fully realized was tight, and he reached over, slow enough that she could pull away if she wanted to, and took her hand in his. She let him, and after a moment her fingers curled around his in return, steady where they had been trembling in that ruined circle weeks before. For the record, he said, this is the part where I'm supposed to say something smooth, and I've got nothing. You could simply say what you are thinking, she said. It has worked reasonably well for you so far. I'm thinking I'm glad Asia had a bad feeling that morning, Issei said. I'm thinking I want to actually build the thing I promised in there, not just say the words and hope it works out. And I'm thinking your laugh is the best thing that's happened in this garden all year, and I'd like to hear it a lot more. Her laugh came again, soft and startled and entirely real, exactly as he had hoped. And for a long moment the danger circling somewhere out in the dark beyond the garden wall felt very far away indeed. The days that followed carried a different quality than any that had come before, not free of tension, Rias's network of contacts still working urgently to trace the ashen circle back to whoever had funded it, but softened by the presence of something new and steady at the center of the household. Eleanor began sitting in on strategy discussions rather than simply overhearing them from doorways. She started teaching Asia the rudiments of duskwood ley sensing, a skill that let her feel disturbances in the region's magic long before they became visible threats, and in exchange Asia taught her enough Japanese vocabulary that she stopped needing a keynote to translate the television. It was during one of those ley sensing lessons, 3 weeks after the garden conversation, that Eleanor went suddenly and completely still, her hand pressed flat against the porch railing, eyes distant and unfocused in a way that made Asia immediately call for the others. What is it? Issei asked, already moving toward her. There are more of them, Eleanor said, her voice tight with something that was not quite fear and not quite hope, a painful, complicated mixture of both. Duskwood signatures. Faint, scattered, moving toward this region rather than away from it. I have not felt this many of my own bloodline's resonance in one place since the night everything was taken from me. Rias appeared in the doorway, sharp attention immediately fixed on Eleanor's face. Survivors, she said. Coming here. Why here, why now? Because word travels, even among the hunted, Eleanor said slowly, working through the realization even as she spoke it aloud. Someone stood against the ashen circle and won. Someone offered protection instead of exploitation. If even a handful of my scattered kin have heard that story, they would come toward it the way anything drowning swims toward the only visible shore. The weight of that settled over the porch like a held breath. Issei looked at Eleanor, at the mixture of hope and terror on her face at the thought of not being the last of her line after all, and felt the shape of the choice he had made in that garden grow suddenly, enormously larger than he had first understood it to be. Then we'd better make sure the shore actually holds, he said quietly, and Eleanor's hand found his without either of them quite deciding to reach for the other first. The first of them arrived 4 days later, A young Duskwood scout named Thessaly with a limp she refused to explain and eyes that scanned every room she entered for exits before she would sit down. She had heard this story from a trader who had heard it from a wandering priest, 3 retellings removed from truth and still enough to send her walking 200 miles on a wounded leg rather than stay where she was. I do not ask for anything beyond what the stories claimed, Thessaly said stiffly, standing in the Hyoudou living room with the posture of someone braced for the offer to be revoked at any moment. A place to stand where no one is hunting me. That is all I have wanted in 11 years. That's not a big ask, Issei said. It's not an ask at all, really. You're welcome here. Eleanor watched the exchange with an expression Issei had not seen on her before, something between disbelief and an old, careful grief finally allowed to surface, and when Thessaly turned toward her and dropped into the low, formal bow of the Duskwood court, murmuring words in a language Issei didn't recognize, Eleanor's composure broke entirely for the first time since the ritual circle. Tears she did not bother trying to hide slipping down her face as she pulled the younger woman into an embrace that neither of them seemed inclined to end quickly. Others followed over the following weeks, never many at once, trickling in the way water finds its way downhill, each with a story shaped by the same 15 years of running that had shaped Eleanor's. Sable, a healer who had spent a decade disguised as a human herbalist in a mountain village. Ren, barely more than a child when the massacre happened, who had grown up entirely inside a monastery that had sheltered her without ever fully understanding what she was. Each arrival tightened something in Eleanor's chest that had been wound too tight for 15 years, and each one deepened the household's understanding of exactly how large the danger truly was. It was not, Rias pointed out gently during one of the increasingly crowded household meetings, simply a matter of taking in refugees anymore. It's a matter of what happens when word reaches whoever funded the Ashen Circle that an entire scattered bloodline is consolidating in one place. That is either the safest possible outcome for everyone here, or the single largest target this house has ever assembled under one roof. I know, Eleanor said quietly, and there was no hesitation in her voice at all, only the flat clarity of someone who had already weighed every version of the danger and arrived at her answer regardless. I have spent 15 years watching my kin die one at a time, alone, hunted individually because we were scattered and could be picked off without anyone noticing the pattern until it was too late. I would rather stand together and face whatever comes as a bloodline that chose to rebuild than keep dying quietly, one at a time, in the dark, so that our absence never becomes loud enough for anyone to care. Malbrant's warning about a bloodline claimed publicly rather than left unclaimed took on new weight as the household grew, and it was Thessaly, of all people, who raised the question directly one evening, watching Issei help Ren with her Japanese homework at the kitchen table with the same patient attention he gave everything else in the house. You intend to formally bind yourself to the Duskwood line, Thessaly said. Not simply to Eleanor. To all of us, as her family becomes yours. That is not a small thing you are choosing, Issei Hyoudou. In the old customs, a mate who marries a bloodline's last heir accepts responsibility for the whole surviving clan, not merely the one he loves. Do you understand what you are agreeing to? I think I'm starting to, Issei said honestly. I'm not going to pretend I fully understood the size of it when I said yes in that garden. But I meant what I said to Eleanor, and I mean it now looking at all of you sitting at my kitchen table doing homework and learning a new language and finally sleeping without one eye open. If protecting that means the whole clan, then that's what it means. I'm not backing out because the job got bigger. The job was always going to get bigger. That's kind of how caring about people works. Thessaly studied him for a long moment, the same scanning, wary assessment she had carried since the day she arrived, and then, slowly, something in her posture eased, the same way it had eased in Eleanor weeks before. Then I withdraw the warning, she said, and offer instead my own version of what Eleanor already gave you. My trust. It is worth very little from someone as broken as I have been. But it is what I have, and you have earned it. That's worth more than you think, Issei said, and meant it. The bloodline gift, when Sable finally explained it fully to the household, turned out to be more than the simple lay stabilization Malbrand had described, a fact that made Rias go very still and very thoughtful during the explanation. It was not merely that Duskwood elves calmed wild magic where they settled. It was that the bloodline, when allowed to grow and root itself properly across generations in a single place, transformed hostile or unstable territory into land capable of sustaining life indefinitely, a slow, patient magic that had once made the old duskwood forests among the safest and most fertile regions in the world before they were burned to ash in a single night. "We are not simply refugees you are sheltering," Sable said carefully, watching Issei's face for his reaction. "We are the seed of something that could grow into an actual sanctuary, if we are given the years to root properly and the safety to survive them. My grandmother used to say our line was not meant to hide in scattered ones and twos. It was meant to gather, to grow, to make the ground beneath us worth defending for its own sake, not merely for the people standing on it. If that is what you are offering, Issei Hyoudou, understand it is not a small garden you are planting. It is the restoration of an entire dying clan." Issei looked around the crowded kitchen table, at Ren struggling over her kanji with Eleanor leaning over her shoulder to help, at Thessaly finally sitting with her back to a wall she trusted rather than one she was watching for danger, at Sable's careful, searching hope, and felt the full, enormous shape of what he had agreed to settle into his chest without a single flicker of regret. "Then let's plant it properly," he said, "and grow something the old stories will actually remember for the right reasons this time." The wedding, when it finally came, was smaller and quieter than Issei had expected anything involving the Gremory house to be, and he suspected that was entirely by Rias's deliberate design rather than accident. It was held in the garden behind the house, beneath the persimmon tree where the whole thing had truly started weeks earlier, decorated not with the excess of a great house's political statement, but with the simple care of people who actually wanted to be there. Eleanor wore silver rather than white, a deliberate choice she explained to him the night before with the same quiet seriousness she brought to everything that mattered. Silver was the color of moonlight on duskwood leaves, she said, the color her mother had worn at her own binding, the last surviving thread of a tradition she had thought completely severed until this exact moment. Ren had woven a circlet of late-season flowers for her hair, small and imperfect and made with obvious care, and when Eleanor walked out into the garden wearing it, something in Issei's chest simply stopped working properly for several long seconds. The ceremony itself borrowed pieces from 3 different traditions, a small nod to Japanese custom that Issei's own parents insisted on through happy tears, a devil's binding rite performed by Rias herself with unusual solemnity, and at its center, translated carefully by Eleanor for the benefit of everyone who did not speak the old duskwood tongue, the words her mother had spoken at her own binding 15 years and a lifetime ago. "Not a cage," Eleanor said, her voice steady despite the tears standing bright in her eyes, translating her own vow as she spoke it. "A door held open, in both directions, for as long as we both choose to walk through it." I did not think I would ever be given the chance to say these words. I did not think there would be anyone left of my line to witness them, or anyone brave enough and foolish enough to be standing where you are standing now. I choose you, Issei Hyoudou, not because the world left me no other option, but because you showed me, again and again, in 100 small ordinary ways, that you were the option worth choosing. Issei's own vow was rougher, less practiced, entirely his own words rather than borrowed from any tradition, and it came out exactly as honest as everything else he had ever said to her. "I'm not going to promise I'll always know the right thing to say," he said. "I'm not going to promise this stays easy, because I don't think anything worth having ever really does. What I can promise is that I'm not going anywhere. Not when it's hard, not when the world outside this garden tries to make us regret choosing each other, not ever. You and your whole family are my family now, and I take that as seriously as anything I've ever agreed to in my life. I choose you too, Eleanor. Every ordinary day, same as the desperate ones." When Rias finally pronounced the binding complete, the small gathered crowd, Issei's own family sitting beside Rias's peerage sitting beside the growing handful of duskwood survivors who had found their way to this garden over the preceding weeks, erupted into an applause that felt less like ceremony and more like genuine, uncomplicated relief. The sound of people who had all separately feared for a long time that a moment like this might never actually arrive. Later that evening, after most of the celebration had wound down into quiet conversation and the last of the lanterns strung through the persimmon tree had been lit against the coming dark, Eleanor found Issei standing at the edge of the garden, looking out at the small cluster of duskwood survivors gathered around Sable, who was showing Ren how to read the faint threads of ley energy now visibly steadily thickening in the soil beneath their feet, the first true sign of the bloodline's gift beginning to take root in this new ground. It's working, Issei said quietly, nodding toward the faint shimmer of settling magic. Sable said it would take years to fully establish. But you can already feel it starting. We can, Eleanor agreed, slipping her hand into his. 15 years of scattered, hunted silence, and in a matter of weeks it has already begun to change. That is not nothing, Issei. That is the beginning of everything my people lost being slowly, carefully rebuilt. It's not going to stay easy, he said, echoing his own vow back at her, watching the tree line beyond the garden wall where the dark had grown thick and full of unknown shapes. Malbrant wasn't wrong about the danger getting bigger the more of you gather here. Whoever funded the Ashen Circle isn't going to just give up because we had a nice wedding. I know, Eleanor said, and there was no fear in her voice, only the same flat, steady resolve he had first seen in her eyes back in that ruined ritual circle, the look of someone who had already decided exactly how much she was willing to fight for this. Let them come then. They tried to harvest us one at a time in the dark for 15 years and mostly succeeded. They have never once tried to face us standing together, in the light, with something worth protecting rooted firmly enough into the ground that pulling it up would cost them more than they are prepared to pay. Somewhere beyond the garden wall, unseen by anyone still celebrating beneath the lantern light, a lone figure in ashen gray watched the gathering from the tree line for a long, silent while before finally turning and vanishing back into the dark, carrying word of exactly how many Duskwood survivors had gathered in one place, and exactly how difficult that gathering had just become to quietly erase. Inside the garden, none of that shadow had yet reached them, and Issei pulled Eleanor gently closer, watching the small, stubborn, hopeful family they had built together in a matter of weeks laugh and talk beneath the lantern light, the faint shimmer of restored ley magic settling deeper into the soil with every passing hour. Whatever comes next, he said quietly, we face it like this. Together. All of us. Together, Eleanor agreed, and for the first time in 15 years, the word did not feel like a wish. It felt, finally, like a fact. The attack came 3 weeks after the wedding, not with the crude brute force of the forest circle but with the patient precision of an enemy who had spent that time learning exactly how the household moved. It began at dawn, before most of the family was awake, with wards along the eastern fence line failing silently one by one, disabled rather than broken, the work of someone who understood exactly how Rias's protective circles were built. Issei woke to Drake's voice sharp and urgent in his skull. Partner, wake up. Something has been cutting through the boundary wards for the last several minutes, methodically, and it just reached the last one. He was on his feet and moving before he had fully processed the warning, Eleanor waking beside him a half-second later, already reaching for the light blade Kiba had helped her train with over the preceding weeks. Ashen Circle, she said, not a question, her voice flat and focused in the particular way it went when old instincts from 15 years of running took over. They found the source of the breach at the eastern fence, where a single figure in gray stood waiting with the stillness of someone who had expected to be discovered exactly at this moment, and had planned for it anyway. It was not one of the masked ritualists from the forest. This one wore no mask at all, an older man with sharp, tired eyes and the kind of exhausted patience that came from decades spent doing work he had long since stopped believing in. You will not win this by simply overpowering me, the man said before Issei had even finished crossing the yard. I am not here to fight the household. I am here because someone needed to see, with their own eyes, whether the stories reaching the Ashen Order were true. Whether a Duskwood remnant had genuinely gathered in one place and survived being found. Eleanor stepped forward, chin lifted, violet eyes hard. Then look, she said. And carry back whatever truth you find the courage to report honestly for once. The man studied her for a long moment, something complicated moving behind his tired eyes. I am called Varen, he said finally. I was among those who burned your settlement 15 years ago, girl. I will not pretend otherwise, not to you, not to myself. I have spent every year since watching the Order harvest what remained of your bloodline one scattered survivor at a time, and I have told myself it was necessary, that the alternative was worse, that someone else would simply do it more cruelly if we did not do it first. I do not believe that anymore. I have not believed it for some time. I came here today to see what became of the one who escaped the longest, and to decide, finally, which side of this I actually intend to die on. The yard held its breath. Issei kept his stance ready, Drake humming low and wary against his arm, but something in Varen's posture, the exhaustion, the lack of any offensive casting, the plain and unguarded confession, made him hesitate to strike first. Why tell us this? Eleanor said, her voice tight but steady. Why not simply report back and let the order finish what it started? Because I am old, and tired, and I have run out of ways to lie to myself about what I have spent my life doing, Varen said. Because I watched your people, the ones we hunted down one at a time in the dark for 15 years, and I always told myself they were simply resources, a bloodline to be harvested or denied to rivals, nothing more. And now I stand outside a garden full of them, laughing, teaching each other, rebuilding something I helped burn to the ground, and I find I cannot make myself believe the old lie any longer. That does not undo 15 years, Eleanor said, and there was no forgiveness in her voice, only a hard, exhausted honesty that matched his own. No, Varen agreed. It does not. I am not asking for absolution, girl. I am asking for the chance to spend whatever years I have left working against the thing I helped build instead of for it. The Order does not know I came here today. They believe I am still scouting from a distance. If you kill me now, they will simply send the next one, and the next, until eventually someone finishes what I could not finish myself. If you let me leave, I can tell you things about the Order's structure, its funding, the identity of the one who commissioned the original massacre, that no outside enemy has ever gotten close enough to learn. Rias arrived in the yard at that moment, drawn by the disturbance, and took in the scene with a single sweeping glance before her expression settled into the same sharp, calculating focus Issei had seen her wear over every serious threat the household had faced. An informant, she said? Or a very convincing trap? Both possibilities exist simultaneously, Drake said quietly in Issei's mind. I cannot fully read intent through simple observation, partner. But his physical signature carries none of the disciplined calm the other ritualists displayed. He is genuinely afraid, and not of us. Issei lowered his stance slightly, though he did not fully stand down. Then we don't kill him standing in our yard, he said. But we don't trust him blindly either. If what he's offering is real, it's worth hearing out somewhere secure, with everyone's guards still up. Eleanor's gaze stayed fixed on Varen for a long moment, weighing 15 years of hard-earned wariness against the plain, unguarded desperation in the old man's voice, and finally she gave a single, sharp nod. Inside, she said, if you have lied to us about anything by the time this conversation ends, you will not leave this yard again. But I will hear what you came to say. Varen's shoulders dropped slightly, some of the tension in his posture easing at the mere fact of being heard rather than immediately struck down, and he followed them toward the house with the careful, deliberate steps of a man walking into a reckoning he had been avoiding for 15 years and had finally decided he could not avoid any longer. Whatever he told them in the hours that followed, Issei understood even before the first word was spoken, was going to change the shape of the fight ahead of them, and change it in ways none of them, not even Eleanor with all her hard-won caution, were fully prepared for. Varen spoke for nearly 2 hours in the Hyoudou living room, Rias's most trusted peerage members seated around him in a loose circle that was as much a cage as it was an audience, and by the end of it the household understood the shape of their enemy far better than they had before, and liked what they understood considerably less. The Ashen Order, as Varen explained it, was not a single organization with a single master but a loose confederation of older devil houses, disgraced magical bloodlines, and a handful of fallen angel remnants, united by nothing more than shared appetite for the Duskwood bloodline gift and a mutual agreement to hunt it down through intermediaries rather than risk their own names being publicly attached to the massacre. The original slaughter 15 years earlier had been commissioned, Varen explained carefully, by a coalition led by a devil house whose name he still would not speak aloud even now, not out of loyalty but out of what looked, to Issei's eye, like plain and reasonable fear. They believe territory stabilized by Duskwood magic is worth more than any single treasure their houses could otherwise acquire, Varen said. An entire region rendered permanently fertile, permanently calm, permanently defensible. In the old wars between the great houses, such territory decided the outcome of century-long conflicts. They were never willing to let that advantage exist outside their direct control. Better, in their reasoning, to burn it to ash and harvest it in careful, controlled fragments, than allow it to exist freely and potentially benefit a rival. And now, Rias said slowly, working through the implications with visible unease, they've learned an entire surviving remnant of that bloodline has gathered here, under my house's protection, and is actively beginning to root itself into this territory. Yes, Varen said simply. Which means, from their perspective, the original justification for the massacre has resurfaced in a single, dangerous, concentrated location. They will not send 6 trained ritualists next time. They will treat this as the exact threat they spent 15 years trying to prevent, and they will respond with considerably more than what your household faced in that forest clearing. Eleanor, seated beside Issei with her spine perfectly straight, absorbed this information with the same flat, controlled focus she had carried since childhood, though Issei could feel the faint tremor in the hand resting against his beneath the low table. How long, she asked? Before they move. Varen hesitated, and that hesitation told them more than his answer eventually did. Weeks, he said finally. Perhaps less. My superiors do not know I came here today, but they already know the Duskwood signatures have been consolidating in this region. It was only ever a matter of time before someone was sent to investigate directly and confirm what the rumors suggested. I simply arrived first, and chose, for reasons I am still working out for myself, to arrive as something other than an enemy. The room absorbed this in heavy silence. It was Akino who finally spoke, her usual playful lightness entirely absent, replaced by the same sharp calculation Issei had come to recognize in every serious member of Rias's peerage when a real threat presented itself. Then we have weeks to prepare for a war we did not ask for, she said, rather than years to grow quietly and safely as we hoped. That is the truth of it, yes, Varen said. I am sorry I could not bring better news. I could not bring you my presence at all, most days, without also bringing the knowledge of what waits behind me. Issei felt Eleanor's hand tighten around his beneath the table, and when he looked at her, he found none of the fear he might have expected, only the same hard, steady resolve that had first drawn him to stand between her and 6 masked ritualists in a forest clearing weeks ago, now aimed forward at an enemy considerably larger than anything either of them had yet faced together. Then we don't wait for them to choose the timing, Eleanor said, her voice carrying clearly across the quiet room. We use whatever weeks we have to make certain that when they come, they find something considerably harder to burn than a scattered scout in a ritual clearing. We have Rias's house behind us. We have a growing family willing to stand and fight rather than run. We have, for the first time in 15 years, something worth defending in the light instead of hiding in the dark. Let them come and see exactly what that costs them. Rias's expression, grave through the entire conversation, finally shifted into something that looked almost like approval, the particular sharp satisfaction of a strategist recognizing a worthy ally rather than merely a refugee to be protected. Then we start tonight, she said, rising from her seat. Kiba, I want the eastern boundary wards fully rebuilt and reinforced by morning. Akino, reach out to every contact we have who might know more about which houses actually sit behind this coalition. Issei, Eleanor, I want you two working with Sable and the others to understand exactly how much of the bloodline gift has already rooted here, because if we are about to fight a war over this territory, I want to know precisely what we are protecting and precisely how much stronger it makes us the longer it has to grow. The household scattered to its tasks with the brisk, focused energy of people who had faced real danger before and knew exactly how to turn fear into preparation rather than paralysis, and Varen remained seated at the edge of the room, watching the sudden purposeful motion around him with an expression that looked, for the first time in 15 years by his own account, something close to hope rather than exhausted resignation. Outside, the late afternoon light stretched long across the garden where the wedding had been held only weeks before, the faint shimmer of settling lay magic still visible in the soil beneath the persimmon tree, patient and growing and entirely unaware of the storm now gathering somewhere beyond the horizon, moving steadily closer with every passing day. That night, Once the household had finally quieted and the last of the preparations had been set into motion, Issei found Eleanor standing alone beneath the persimmon tree, one hand pressed flat against the earth where the faint, patient shimmer of lay magic had continued to spread steadily outward since the wedding. She did not turn when he approached, though he knew from the slight shift in her shoulders that she had heard him coming long before his footsteps reached the grass. "It is stronger tonight," she said quietly. "Frightened, perhaps." "I did not know the bloodline gift could respond to danger this way, growing faster rather than retreating, but Sable believes it is drawing strength from all of us choosing to stay and fight rather than scatter again. 15 years of running taught this land nothing but absence. A few weeks of choosing to stand and remain seems to have taught it something entirely different." Issei knelt beside her, pressing his own hand against the cool earth next to hers, feeling nothing himself, no lay sense of his own, but trusting completely in what she described. "Then maybe that's the answer to everything Varen told us today," he said. "They think this bloodline is dangerous because it makes territory too valuable to ignore. Maybe the real danger, from their side of things, isn't the magic at all. It's what the magic actually needs in order to work. People willing to stay, choose it, and defend it instead of running from it. That's a lot harder to burn down than a single ritual circle in the woods." Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, watching the faint shimmer pulse gently beneath their joined hands in the dark. "My mother used to say the old Duskwood forests were never simply protected by our bloodline alone," she said finally. "They were protected by generations of people who chose, again and again, ordinary day after ordinary day, to remain rooted in one place together rather than scatter at the first sign of danger." I did not understand what she meant until tonight. I thought the gift itself was the whole of what we lost. I am only now beginning to understand it was always the choosing that mattered most, and the gift was simply what grew from it. "Then we keep choosing," Issei said. "Every day." "Same as the vow." "Every day," Eleanor agreed, and finally turned to look at him, the same steady, unguarded warmth in her eyes that had first surfaced weeks ago on this same quiet porch, now settled into something that looked less like a fragile new thing and more like a foundation strong enough to build an entire future upon. Somewhere beyond the garden wall, past the reinforced boundary wards Kiba had spent the evening rebuilding stronger than before, the wider world continued moving toward them regardless of how much either of them wished to simply stay in this quiet moment beneath the tree, an old order gathering its considerable strength, a scattered handful of hunted survivors slowly becoming something the old stories would eventually call a family, and a garden full of patient, growing magic that had finally, after 15 long years of silence, found something worth putting down roots for. Whatever weeks remained before that gathering storm finally broke over them, Issei understood, sitting quietly beside Eleanor with the earth's faint warmth pulsing steadily beneath their joined hands, would not be spent waiting in fear. They would be spent exactly as everything else in this strange, hard-won new life had been spent so far, one deliberate, ordinary, stubborn choice at a time, building something worth the fight that was still, undeniably, coming. 3 weeks after Varen's warning, the Hyoudou household had become something closer to a garrison than a home, though it had not lost the warmth that made it a home in the first place. Kiba spent his mornings reinforcing the boundary wards with a precision that bordered on obsession, testing each seam of the barrier personally rather than trusting the work to instinct alone. Akino's network of contacts had grown quietly but steadily, old debts called in from devils who owed her favors from conflicts long since settled, each one bringing back another fragment of information about the coalition gathering somewhere beyond the horizon. Rias moved through the house with the focused calm of a commander who had already decided the shape of the coming fight, and was simply waiting for the pieces to finish arranging themselves. Eleanor, for her part, had thrown herself into training with an intensity that worried Issei more than it reassured him. She was in the garden before sunrise most mornings, working through forms with the light blade Kiba had taught her, and more than once he found her there still practicing well after the rest of the household had gone to bed, sweat-soaked and breathing hard, refusing to stop until her body simply would not let her continue. "You don't have to prove anything," Issei told her one such night, catching her wrist gently as she reset into another stance. "Not to me, not to Rias, not to anyone in this house. I am not proving anything," Eleanor said, though the sharpness in her voice suggested otherwise. I am making certain that if the order comes for this house, I am not simply someone who must be protected. I have spent 15 years being protected by nothing but my own ability to run. I would rather spend whatever years remain being someone who stands and fights beside the people I love, not behind them. Issei considered that for a moment, then released her wrist and stepped back into a loose stance of his own. Then teach me something instead of running yourself into the ground alone, he said. I've got 2 years of devil training and approximately 0 elf sword forms. Seems like a gap worth closing. The suggestion caught her off guard enough that some of the grim intensity in her expression finally cracked, replaced by something warmer and more familiar. You would be terrible at this, she said. Your reflexes are built entirely around brute force and boosted strikes. Elf forms require patience you have not yet demonstrated in any other part of your life. Sounds like a challenge, Issei said, grinning, and for the first time in days her answering smile reached all the way to her eyes. The training sessions that followed became a fixture of the following weeks, not because either of them believed Issei would ever match her precision with a blade, but because the shared effort gave Eleanor something to pour her restless energy into that did not end in solitary exhaustion, and gave Issei a window into the parts of her upbringing she rarely spoke about directly. She told him, between corrections to his footwork, about her mother's patience, about the particular quality of light through duskwood canopy in autumn, about small ordinary childhood memories that had nothing to do with the massacre that ended them, memories she had apparently kept locked away for 15 years because looking at them too directly had always hurt too much to bear. It is strange, she admitted one evening, sitting beside him on the porch steps with both of them thoroughly worn out from the day's practice. For so long I could only remember my childhood through the lens of how it ended. Now, working through these forms with you, I find myself remembering it through how it began instead. My mother teaching me these same movements in a clearing very like this one. I had forgotten I had good memories at all, not just grief. That's not strange, Issei said. That's just what happens when someone finally has room to breathe again. The household's newest arrival came not from the forest but from the sky, a fact that startled everyone including Eleanor when a young duskwood woman named Iris descended from a battered, spelled glider into the front yard on a rain-soaked evening, her clothes scorched along one side and a fresh wound across her ribs that Asia rushed to treat before anyone could ask a single question. They found me 2 days ago, Iris managed once the worst of the pain had eased under Asia's healing light, her voice thin but steady. A scouting party, smaller than the forest circle, larger than a single hunter. I lost them over the mountains, but only barely. I would not have made it another hour. You're safe now, Eleanor said, kneeling beside her with the same fierce, protective gentleness she had shown every new arrival, though something tighter than usual sat behind her eyes this time. How close were they? Truly, close enough that I do not believe it was chance that led me toward this exact house, Iris said. I have heard the stories, same as the others. But I also believe, from what I saw of their formation, that they were not simply hunting me at random anymore. They were sweeping the region systematically, the way one clears a forest of stragglers before committing to burning the whole thing down. The room went very still at that, and Issei felt Eleanor's hand find his without either of them quite deciding to reach for the other first, the same instinctive gesture that had carried them through every hard conversation since the garden weeks ago. Then Baron's timeline was optimistic, Rias said grimly, already turning the new information over with visible urgency. If they're sweeping the region rather than waiting to confirm the full picture, they're closer to moving than we believed. Kiba, I want a full report on the eastern and northern wards by morning. Aquino, push every contact you have for anything resembling a firm date. We may have considerably less time than we hope to finish preparing for what's coming. Issei looked around the crowded, tense living room, at Iris's exhausted, wary relief, at Eleanor's fierce, protective focus, at the whole strange, hard-won family that had gathered here in the span of a few short months, and felt the same steady resolve settle over him that had carried him through the forest clearing on the very first night all of this began. Then we finish preparing faster, he said. Whatever it takes. The probe attack came 5 nights later, and it came exactly the way Iris had described the scouting formation that had chased her over the mountains, methodical, coordinated, testing rather than committing. Kiba's rebuilt wards caught the first intrusion at the northern boundary just past midnight, and within minutes the entire household was awake and moving with the practiced efficiency of a family that had spent 3 weeks specifically preparing for this exact moment. 6 signatures, Kiba reported, already moving toward the breach with his sword drawn. Not the same configuration as the forest circle. These are testing the perimeter, not committing to a full assault. Then we make the test expensive, Rias said, and the household spread out to meet them with a coordination that would have been impossible 3 weeks earlier. Issei found himself paired with Eleanor and Iris along the northern fence line, and for the first time since the forest clearing, he watched her fight rather than simply protect her, and understood in a way he hadn't fully appreciated before exactly how dangerous 15 years of surviving alone had made her. She moved through the masked ritualists with a controlled, economical violence that owed nothing to raw power and everything to precision, each strike aimed at exactly the joint or seam in their light armor that would end the exchange fastest. No wasted motion, no unnecessary risk. Beside her, Iris fought with rougher, more desperate energy, still healing from her own wounds days earlier, and it was Issei who stepped between her and a strike aimed at her exposed side, boosted fist catching the masked figure mid-swing and sending it sprawling backward into the mud. "Thank you," Iris gasped, already resetting her stance. "Anytime," Issei said, and meant it in the same simple, unconsidered way he had meant it back in the forest clearing months ago. The engagement lasted less than 10 minutes before the surviving ritualists broke and retreated into the dark, exactly as Kiba had predicted, a probe rather than a true assault, gathering information about the household's defenses rather than attempting to overwhelm them outright. But 10 minutes was long enough to leave 2 more ritualists broken on the ground and long enough for Rias, watching from the porch with sharp, focused attention, to draw conclusions about what the enemy had learned and what the household could learn in return. They tested our response time, our formation, our willingness to commit fully rather than simply defend passively, Rias said once the household had regrouped in the living room, adrenaline still humming through the room like static. "That tells me they are being cautious. Which tells me whoever leads this coalition understands exactly how costly it would be to move against us carelessly. That is worth something. It buys us time we would not otherwise have. It also means they know considerably more about us now than they did an hour ago," Aquino pointed out. "Our numbers, our formations, our fighters. That is a fair trade against a few weeks of patience, from their side of things." Eleanor, still catching her breath from the fight, looked around the room at the household now fully assembled, exhausted but unbroken, and something in her expression settled into a grim, determined clarity that Issei had come to recognize as the shape she took when she was working through a decision rather than simply reacting to one. "Then we stop waiting entirely for their next move," she said. "Varen gave us the shape of the coalition, but not the identity of the house that commissioned the original massacre. If we are going to be tested and probed regardless, I would rather spend the time we have left forcing information out of the dark instead of simply reinforcing walls and waiting for the next attack to teach us more about ourselves than it costs them." Rias considered this with the particular stillness she reserved for genuinely difficult decisions. "You're suggesting we go looking for them," she said. "Rather than simply waiting to be found. I am suggesting we stop treating this entirely as a siege we must survive," Eleanor said. "My people survived that way for 15 years, scattered, hunted, always reacting rather than acting, and it cost us nearly everything. I would rather risk something now, while we still have the strength to choose the terms of the risk, than wait until they choose the terms for us." It was Varen, seated quietly at the edge of the room where he had remained a cautious, watchful presence over the preceding weeks, who finally spoke into the tense silence that followed. "There is a gathering," he said slowly, as though weighing exactly how much to reveal even now. "A formal council of the older houses, convened twice a year to settle disputes over contested territory and bloodlines. It is where such matters are typically negotiated before they escalate into open conflict. The coalition behind the Ashen Order will very likely have representation there, whether openly or through intermediaries. If you wish to force the matter into the light rather than continue fighting it in shadow, that gathering would be the place to do so." Rias's eyes sharpened with immediate interest. "When?" she asked. 3 weeks, Varen said. "In the old neutral grounds south of the city." Attendance is normally restricted to established houses and their formal allies. It would not be a simple thing to gain entry, let alone to use that entry as leverage against a coalition that has spent 15 years operating entirely through intermediaries specifically to avoid this kind of public exposure. Rias looked around the room slowly, at Eleanor's fierce resolve, at Issei's steady readiness, at the whole assembled, hard-won family now watching her with equal parts hope and apprehension, and something in her expression shifted into the sharp, decisive focus of a strategist who had just found the opening she had been waiting for. Then we find a way in, she said. If they want to hide behind old house politics and intermediaries, we drag the entire matter into a room full of witnesses who cannot simply be threatened into silence the way 6 masked ritualists in a forest clearing can. Let's see how comfortable this coalition actually is once hiding is no longer an option. Gaining entry to the council gathering proved to be exactly as difficult as Varen had warned, and it was Rias's own family name, rather than any clever maneuvering, that ultimately opened the door. The Gremry House held standing invitation to every such council by ancient right, and though Rias herself rarely attended in person, preferring to let older representatives of her family handle the tedious politics of contested territory, her appearance this time, with a formally bound elf bloodline heir at her side, was guaranteed to draw exactly the kind of attention the household needed. You understand what you are walking into, Eleanor said the night before they left, sitting across from Issei in their room while Asia helped fit her into formal attire that felt, to all of them, uncomfortably close to the ceremonial weight of her own wedding. This is not a battlefield where strength decides the outcome. It is a room full of old, patient predators who have survived centuries by knowing exactly how to destroy someone without ever raising a hand against them directly. I know, Issei said. I'm not planning on throwing punches in there. I'm planning on standing next to you while you do what you're actually good at, which is apparently making very calm, very devastating points while everyone else in the room underestimates you. Eleanor's mouth curved, despite the tension clearly sitting behind her eyes. That is either an excellent plan or an alarmingly simple one, she said. Can it be both? Issei said, echoing the same words from the garden months earlier, and her answering laugh, however brief, eased something tight in his chest. The council gathered in a sprawling estate on neutral ground that seemed to exist in a space slightly apart from ordinary geography, the kind of ancient devil architecture built more for impression than comfort. High ceilings and cold marble and portraits of long-dead house heads watching over every conversation with painted, judgmental eyes. Issei had faced fallen angels, stray devils, and masked ritualists without flinching, but he found himself unexpectedly nervous walking into a room full of quietly powerful old devils who evaluated him, and Eleanor, and the entire Gremry delegation with the same cold, assessing patience Malbrand had first shown weeks earlier. Rias moved through the gathering with practiced ease, greeting old family allies, deflecting pointed questions about her presence with the same diplomatic skill she had shown at the household's own tensest negotiations, and it was nearly an hour before the moment they had come for finally arrived, when a representative from an older, quieter house rose to formally raise the matter of contested elf bloodline territory in the northern region, phrasing the question with careful, deliberate vagueness that nonetheless made its target unmistakable. It has come to several houses' attention, the representative said, his voice smooth and unhurried, that a scattered elf bloodline of some historical significance has recently begun consolidating in territory bordering Gremry holdings. Given the historical volatility surrounding that particular bloodline, several parties would appreciate clarity on the nature of Gremry's involvement, and whether such consolidation has been properly sanctioned through appropriate channels rather than simply permitted to develop unchecked. The room's attention turned, with the slow, deliberate weight of old predators scenting something interesting, toward Rias and the small delegation beside her. Eleanor did not wait for Rias to answer on her behalf. She rose from her seat with the same composed, unhurried dignity she had carried since the very first night Issei met her, and the room's attention sharpened further at the sight of a Duskwood elf addressing a formal council directly rather than being spoken about as though she were not present. I am the bloodline in question, she said, her voice carrying clearly across the marble hall without needing to be raised. Eleanor of the Duskwood line, formally bound in marriage to Issei Hyoudou of the Gremry household. I did not consolidate in Gremry territory through some scheme requiring sanction from this council. I arrived there half dead, chained to a ritual circle by an order that has spent 15 years hunting the scattered remnant of my people for the exact same bloodline gift several of the houses represented in this room appear so suddenly, so delicately concerned about now that it has begun to grow rather than simply be harvested. A ripple of murmurs moved through the gathered representatives, and the smooth-faced devil who had raised the question allowed the faintest crack of surprise to cross his composed features. That is a serious accusation, he said carefully. Naming this council's interest in a bloodline as somehow equivalent to an unsanctioned hunting order operating outside all proper channels. I have not named this council, Eleanor said. I have named the order that murdered my entire settlement 15 years ago, and the coalition of houses that commissioned it, houses that have spent 15 years hiding behind intermediaries specifically to avoid facing a moment exactly like this one. If any house represented here has no connection to that coalition, then my words cost them nothing at all. If any house represented here does have such a connection, I would very much like to watch them explain to this entire gathering why that silence has suddenly become so uncomfortable to maintain. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Issei had heard all evening, and he watched, with something close to awe, as Eleanor stood perfectly still at the center of it, unwavering, letting the weight of her own composure do work that no blade or boosted strike ever could have managed in this particular room. It was Varen, standing quietly near the back of the hall in a plain formal robe that marked him as a minor attendant rather than a named representative, who finally broke the silence, his voice carrying with unexpected steadiness across the marble hall. I can name the coalition directly, if this council requires more than one witness's word, he said. I have served the Ashen Order for 15 years. I know precisely which houses funded the massacre of the Duskwood settlement, and precisely which of them are represented in this room tonight. The room's attention snapped toward him with a violence that made even Issei's instincts tighten, and somewhere near the front of the hall, a devil Issei had not previously noticed rose from his seat with sudden, sharp urgency, his composed mask slipping just enough to reveal something considerably colder underneath. The devil who rose was introduced by the murmuring reactions rippling through the hall around him, as Lord Castellan of House Vareth, a name Issei did not recognize but that visibly meant something significant to Rias, whose expression had gone carefully, dangerously neutral the moment the man stood. This gathering does not exist to entertain accusations from a discredited traitor, Castellan said, his voice smooth but carrying an edge of genuine urgency beneath its composure. This man abandoned his duties and his oaths. His testimony is worth nothing beyond the desperation of someone seeking protection he does not deserve. My testimony is worth exactly what this council decides to make of it, Varen said, standing his ground with a steadiness that surprised Issei, given how frightened the man had seemed the first night he arrived at the household's fence line. I abandoned an order built on murdering children for territorial advantage, yes. I do not consider that a mark against my honesty. I consider it the first honest thing I have done in 15 years. House Vareth's association with the Ashen Order has never been proven before any legitimate body, Castellan said, and something in the careful precision of that phrasing caught Issei's attention even before he saw Rias's eyes narrow at the exact same detail. Never proven, Rias repeated, rising to her own feet with slow, deliberate calm. Not never existed. An interesting choice of words for a house with nothing to hide, Lord Castellan. The hall's murmurs sharpened into something closer to open speculation, and Castellan's composed mask slipped further, just enough for something considerably more dangerous to show through underneath. You overstepped considerably, young Gremry, he said. This council has stood for centuries specifically because its members understood the value of resolving contested matters through negotiation rather than public accusation. I would advise caution before you make an enemy of an established house over the unproven word of a traitor and an elf girl with obvious motive to lie. Eleanor did not flinch at the insult, though Issei felt his own temper flare sharply enough that Drang murmured a low, warning note in his mind. I have no need to lie, Lord Castellan, she said, her voice as level as it had been throughout. I watched my settlement burn from a hiding place in the roots of my mother's favorite tree, 15 years ago. I have carried that memory every single day since. I do not require your council's permission to know exactly which houses funded the men who lit that fire. I require only enough witnesses in this room tonight that the truth becomes too costly for you to bury a second time. The exchange might have continued escalating indefinitely had the presiding elder of the council, an ancient, silver-haired devil who had remained silent throughout the entire confrontation, not finally raised a single hand for quiet, the gesture carrying enough old, weighted authority that even Castellan fell immediately still. This council has heard sufficient claim and counterclaim for one evening, the elder said, his voice slow and measured with the particular patience of someone who had watched countless such disputes rise and fall over centuries. Accusations of this severity, involving both a hunting order operating outside sanctioned channels and the potential complicity of a seated house, cannot be resolved through shouting across a formal hall. I will convene a formal inquest. Evidence will be gathered, witnesses examined properly, and a judgment rendered according to this council's actual procedures rather than the heat of a single contentious gathering. How long? Rias asked immediately, and Issei could hear the calculated urgency behind the question, the awareness that time was the one resource the household could least afford to spend carelessly. Such inquests typically require several months to conduct properly, the elder said, and Issei watched Eleanor's jaw tighten at the words even as her expression remained otherwise composed. We do not have several months, Eleanor said before Rias could soften the objection diplomatically on her behalf. The order that murdered my people has already begun testing my current household's defenses. If House Verith is indeed behind that order, as I believe they are, every month your inquest requires is another month they will use to prepare a considerably larger assault than the probing attacks we have already survived. The elder studied her for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind his ancient, tired eyes, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried a fraction more warmth than it had shown the rest of the evening. I have watched a great many bloodlines rise and fall across a great many centuries, young elf, he said. I recognize the particular desperation in your voice, and I do not dismiss it lightly. I will expedite what can reasonably be expedited. But I will not abandon the procedures that keep this council from becoming exactly the kind of lawless battlefield you are so plainly trying to avoid dragging your own family into. 6 weeks. That is the fastest this matter can be properly examined without becoming a mockery of the process itself. 6 weeks, Eleanor repeated quietly, and Issei felt her hand find his beneath the wide sleeve of her formal attire, gripping tightly enough that he understood exactly how much restraint the calm in her voice was costing her. We will make 6 weeks work, Rias said firmly, before the silence could stretch too long. Thank you, Elder, for hearing this matter at all tonight. We understand the weight of what you have agreed to expedite. As the gathering slowly began to disperse around them, murmurs of speculation trailing every departing representative, Issei caught Castellan's gaze across the emptying hall one final time, and found nothing in the man's carefully composed expression but cold, calculating patience, the look of someone recalculating a timeline rather than abandoning a plan, and Issei understood. With a certainty that settled heavily into his chest, that 6 weeks had just become both a lifeline and a countdown. In exactly equal measure, the household returned from the council gathering with a deadline hanging over every conversation, and the 6 weeks that followed took on the particular, taut quality of time borrowed rather than time owned. Rias threw herself into building a formal case for the inquest with the same intensity Eleanor had shown in her earlier training sessions, gathering testimony from Varen, cross-referencing old records of the Duskwood massacre with House Veritha's known territorial acquisitions in the years that followed, building a paper trail that even a council inclined toward leniency would find difficult to dismiss. Castellan, for his part, did not remain idle. Reports filtered back through Aquino's network within days of the gathering, fragments of information suggesting House Verith was quietly reinforcing its own holdings, calling in old favors from allied houses, and more troublingly, making inquiries about the exact layout and defenses of the Hyoudou household through intermediaries careful enough not to leave an obvious trail back to their source. He knows 6 weeks isn't enough time for us to fully prepare, Rias said grimly, laying out the fragments of intelligence across the living room table one evening. And he knows an inquest that actually reaches its conclusion means his house's complicity becomes a matter of formal record rather than deniable rumor. That leaves him exactly 2 options. Cooperate with an investigation that ends his house's standing entirely, or eliminate the problem before the inquest can conclude. He's not going to cooperate, Eleanor said flatly. Men like Castellan do not surrender power. They simply change the terms of how they intend to keep it. The household's preparations shifted accordingly, less focused now on simply surviving another probing attack and more on preparing for what Rias increasingly believed would be a single, decisive strike time to land before the inquest could reach any formal conclusion. Kiba drilled the household's combat formations relentlessly. Aquino worked to identify exactly which allied houses Castellan had reached out to, hoping to isolate him from reinforcement before any attack could materialize. Sable and the other Duskwood survivors, meanwhile, worked to deepen the bloodline gift's roots in the garden as quickly as the magic would allow, understanding intuitively that a more thoroughly established gift meant a more resilient defense when the attack finally came. It was during this tense stretch of preparation that Issei found himself, late one night, sitting with Varen on the back porch while the rest of the household slept, the older man nursing a cup of tea he had not touched, much as he had not touched his first cup the day he arrived at the fence line months earlier. "You've given up everything for this," Issei said. "Your place in the order, whatever safety staying quiet might have bought you. I don't think I ever properly thanked you for that." Varen was quiet for a long moment before answering. "I did not do it for thanks," he said. "I did it because I spent 15 years telling myself a lie so thoroughly that I nearly forgot it was a lie at all. Watching that girl stand in a hall full of powerful men and simply refuse to be silent reminded me what the truth actually sounds like. I had forgotten. I do not intend to forget again, whatever it costs me." "Castellan's people are going to come for you specifically," Issei said. "You're the one witness who can put his house's name directly into formal record. That makes you a target as much as anyone in this house." "I am aware," Varen said, with the same tired, steady acceptance he had carried since his very first confession. "I made my peace with that the night I chose to walk toward your fence line instead of away from it. I would rather spend whatever time I have left as a man who told the truth than continue existing as one who helped bury it." Issei studied him for a moment, then extended his hand, an offer of solidarity rather than simple gratitude. "Then we protect you the same as everyone else in this house," he said. "That's not up for negotiation either." Varen's expression, usually so carefully guarded, cracked slightly at the plain, unconditional nature of the offer, and he accepted the handshake with something that looked, for just a moment, like the same disbelieving relief every Duskwood survivor had shown upon first understanding this household's protection came with no hidden price attached. 3 weeks into the 6-week window, the attack Rias had been dreading finally began to take shape, not as a direct assault on the household but as something considerably more insidious, a series of small, deniable strikes against the household's allies and information network. A contact of Aquino's found unconscious outside her own home with her memories of recent conversations carefully, surgically removed. A courier carrying documents relevant to the inquest ambushed on a supposedly secure route between the household and the council's neutral grounds. "He's not attacking us directly yet," Rias said, fury barely restrained beneath her usual composed diplomacy as she reviewed the growing list of incidents. "He's isolating us first. Cutting off our information, our allies, our evidence, before he commits to anything that would make his involvement undeniable to the council. Then we stop waiting for him to finish isolating us," Eleanor said, the same hard resolve in her voice that had carried her through the council hall weeks earlier. "We move the inquest's timeline forward however we can, and we make certain that whatever final piece of evidence he's trying to prevent from reaching that council reaches it regardless of what he throws in our path to stop it." Issei looked around the room at the gathered household, tired but unbroken, 3 weeks into a 6-week countdown that had clearly just become considerably shorter than any of them had hoped, and felt the same steady certainty settle over him that had carried him through every hard moment since the forest clearing months before. "Then let's find out exactly what he's so desperate to keep us from proving," he said, "and let's make sure it reaches that council no matter what stands in the way." The final piece of evidence, when Aquino's remaining contacts finally tracked it down, turned out to be a ledger, decades old, kept by a since-deceased financier who had quietly funneled resources into the original Duskwood massacre on behalf of a coalition of houses too cautious to leave their own names on anything so permanent. The ledger had passed through several hands since its original owner's death, eventually settling into the private archive of a minor, largely forgotten noble family that had no particular loyalty to House Verith, and even less interest in the political consequences of what they were unknowingly sitting on. It's real, Rias confirmed after 2 days spent verifying the document's authenticity through channels she trusted completely. Names, dates, transferred resources, all of it laid out in a financier's meticulous, damning handwriting. House Verith's name appears no fewer than 11 times across 3 years of entries. This isn't circumstantial anymore. This is exactly the kind of undeniable record that ends a house's standing in front of the council. Then we get it to the council before Castellan finds out we have it, Eleanor said immediately. That's the difficulty, Rias said, her expression grim. The archive holding the ledger sits nearly 2 days' travel from here, in territory that isn't fully secured by any allied house. If Castellan's people intercept word that we've located it before we can retrieve it and deliver it formally, he will move heaven and earth to make certain it disappears again before the inquest ever sees it. The plan that formed over the following hours carried the same tight, urgent energy as everything else the household had done since the council gathering, a small retrieval team, Issei, Eleonor, and Kiba, moving quickly and quietly toward the archive while Rias and the rest of the household worked to keep Castellan's attention fixed on the household itself, buying whatever time the retrieval team needed to complete the journey undetected. I don't love the idea of you being that far from the house's protection right now, Issei admitted to Eleanor as they packed for the journey, the same protective instinct that had first driven him into a forest clearing months earlier rising sharply to the surface. I do not love it either, Eleanor said honestly. But this is the piece that ends this properly, Issei. Not through another skirmish that leaves both sides bleeding and nothing formally resolved, but through the actual, undeniable truth finally reaching the people with the authority to act on it. I would rather risk the journey than spend 6 more months, or 6 more years, fighting scattered battles against an enemy who simply keeps hiding behind deniability every time we corner them. The journey itself passed with tense, watchful quiet for the first day and a half, Kiba's sharp instincts keeping them a full step ahead of 2 separate patrols that might otherwise have noticed their passage, and it was only as they approached the final stretch toward the archive, deep in unfamiliar territory with the sun beginning to set behind unfamiliar hills, that the quiet finally broke. They came from 3 directions at once, not the crude masked ritualists of the Ashen Order's earlier attacks but Castellan's own household guard, disciplined and well-equipped, clearly dispatched the moment word of the retrieval team's departure had somehow reached him despite Rias's efforts to keep it quiet. He has a source inside our own network, Kiba said grimly, already moving into a defensive formation around Eleanor. There's no other way they could have anticipated this route so precisely. We deal with that afterward, Issei said, boosted gear already flaring crimson along his arm. Right now we get Eleanor and this ledger to the archive and out again, whatever it takes. The fight that followed was harder than anything the household had faced since the original forest circle, Castellan's guards fighting with disciplined, coordinated precision that made even Eleanor's careful economy of motion strain to match, and more than once Issei found himself boosting past what he had believed to be his own limits simply to keep the formation from breaking under the weight of the assault. It was Eleanor, in the end, who turned the tide, her blade finding the gap in the lead guard's formation with the same patient precision she had shown in every training session over the preceding weeks, and the sudden loss of their commander sent enough confusion through the remaining guards that Kiba and Issei were able to break the encirclement entirely, driving the last of them back into the darkening hills. They did not pursue further than necessary. The priority, all 3 of them understood without needing to say it aloud, was reaching the archive before any second wave could organize, and they crossed the final distance at a punishing pace, arriving at the small, unassuming estate just as full night settled over the hills, exhausted, wounded, but carrying, at last, the one piece of evidence Castellan had been so desperately trying to keep buried. The archive's elderly keeper, once convinced of the retrieval team's legitimate authority through documentation Rias had prepared in advance, handed over the ledger with the mild, unbothered indifference of someone who had genuinely never understood the weight of what he had been quietly storing for decades. Issei held the small, unremarkable-looking book in his hands for a long moment, feeling the enormous weight of everything it represented settle into his chest. 15 years of grief and hiding and quiet, patient injustice finally reduced to something that could be carried in two hands and placed directly into the light where it could no longer be denied. "We did it," Eleanor said quietly, standing beside him in the archive's dim lamplight, her voice carrying equal parts exhaustion and disbelief. "We're not done yet," Issei said gently, though he allowed himself, for just a moment, to feel the full shape of the relief beneath the exhaustion. "But yeah, we did it." The journey back proved far more dangerous than the journey out, word of the retrieval team's success having clearly reached Castellan within hours of the archive encounter, and the household guard that had scattered in the hills regrouped with reinforcements considerably larger than anything the three of them could hope to outrun on foot. It was Rias herself who intercepted them halfway home, having pushed her own forces to the limit the moment Aquino's network reported the retrieval team's location under active pursuit, and the sight of her crimson magic tearing through the tree line to meet them was, Issei would later admit, one of the more purely relieving moments of his entire life. "You look terrible," Rias said, taking in the exhausted, battered state of all three of them with a critical eye even as her expression carried unmistakable relief. "We have good news to make up for it," Issei said, holding up the ledger, and Rias's expression shifted immediately into sharp, focused satisfaction. "Then let's get this in front of the council before Castellan finds a way to make one more attempt at stopping us," she said, and the combined force moved swiftly back toward secured territory, Rias's own guard providing more than enough deterrent to discourage any further pursuit through the remaining stretch of unfamiliar ground. The formal submission of the ledger to the council 3 days later carried none of the dramatic tension of the original gathering, only the quiet, procedural weight of undeniable evidence being formally entered into record before a room of witnesses who could no longer pretend the matter was simply a contested rumor between minor parties. Castellan did not appear at the submission himself, a fact that Rias noted with grim satisfaction rather than surprise. "He knows exactly what this means," she said. "Appearing now would only invite questions he cannot answer. His absence tells the council everything it needs to know almost as clearly as the ledger itself." The council's ruling, when it finally came less than a week later, arrived with considerably more speed than the original 6-week estimate had suggested, the presiding elder noting dryly that undeniable documentary evidence tended to expedite matters considerably compared to disputed claims requiring extensive investigation. House Verithas standing among the council was formally stripped, its territorial holdings redistributed among allied houses, and Castellan himself, having fled before the ruling could be formally enforced against him personally, was declared an outlaw within every jurisdiction the council's authority extended to reach. "It is not the same as him standing trial directly for what he did to my people," Eleanor said quietly, once the formal proceedings had concluded and the household had returned home to something that finally, cautiously, resembled safety rather than a countdown. "But it is the truth, spoken plainly, in a room that cannot simply pretend it never happened. My mother used to say that the land remembers what is done to it. I did not fully understand, until this moment, that people can be made to remember too, when the evidence is placed clearly enough in front of them that looking away stops being an option." Issei sat beside her on the porch steps where so many of their most important conversations had taken place over the preceding months, watching the faint, steady shimmer of the bloodline gift's magic settling ever more deeply into the garden's soil beneath the persimmon tree, and felt the particular, hard-won satisfaction of a fight that had been won through patience and truth rather than simply through strength alone. "He's still out there," Issei said. "Castellan. Declared an outlaw doesn't mean gone." "I know," Eleanor said. "But an outlaw with no house, no standing, and no coalition willing to openly associate with him anymore is a considerably smaller danger than the quiet, protected lord who ordered my settlement burned to the ground 15 years ago. This is not the ending of the danger entirely. I do not think danger ever fully ends for people like us. But it is, undeniably, a beginning worth having survived to reach." The weeks that followed carried a different quality than any that had come before, the household's constant, taut vigilance easing by careful degrees into something closer to ordinary life. Ren finally allowed to simply attend a normal school day without her lessons constantly interrupted by security concerns, Thessaly beginning to speak of futures beyond mere survival for the first time since her arrival. Sable's careful cultivation of the bloodline gift finally given room to grow at its own unhurried pace rather than under the shadow of an imminent attack. It was Varen, of everyone in the household, who seemed most transformed by the ruling, the last of the guarded, exhausted wariness he had carried since his very first night at the fence line finally beginning to ease into something that looked, cautiously, like genuine belonging. He remained at the household not out of necessity anymore but by simple choice, teaching Iris and the younger survivors what he knew of the Ashen Order's remaining structure, working steadily to help dismantle whatever fragments of it still lingered beyond Castellan's shattered coalition. Sitting in the garden one quiet evening, watching the whole strange, hard-won family gathered together in the fading light, none of them flinching at every unexpected sound the way they once had, Issei found himself thinking back to the forest clearing where all of this had begun, to a chained, exhausted woman who had told him to save himself rather than risk everything for a stranger, and felt the full, enormous distance between that moment and this one settle warmly into his chest. "We did build something worth remembering," he said quietly, echoing the promise he had made in this same garden months before. Eleanor's hand found his, steady and certain in a way it had never quite managed to be in those earliest, wariest days. "We did," she agreed. "And we are not finished building it yet." The message arrived a month after the council's ruling, carried not by any messenger the household recognized but left, deliberately and without explanation, pinned beneath a stone at the edge of the garden where Kiba's rebuilt wards should have made such an intrusion impossible. Rias examined the breach personally, her expression darkening with every passing minute of inspection. "Whoever left this did not force their way through the wards," she said finally. "They found a way to pass through them entirely undetected. That is not the work of a desperate outlaw with no resources left. That is the work of someone who still has considerably more capability than we hoped Castellan retained after losing his house's standing." The message itself was short, written in a careful, elegant hand that Varen identified immediately as Castellan's own. It made no threats directly, no demands, nothing that could be brought before any council as further evidence of wrongdoing. It simply stated, in a handful of precise sentences, that the loss of a house's formal standing did not mean the loss of a house's memory, and that memory, in Castellan's own words, tended to be considerably more patient than any council's procedures. "He's telling us he isn't finished," Eleanor said, reading the note over Issei's shoulder with her jaw tight. "Not through any legal channel this time. Through something else entirely." Rias folded the note carefully, her expression settling into the same sharp, focused calm she wore whenever a new threat required recalculation rather than panic. "Then we prepare for something else entirely," she said. "We won the battle that mattered most, the one that stripped him of the protection his old house's standing once provided. That was never going to be the same as making him simply disappear. Men like Castellan do not disappear. They adapt." The household's uneasy return to ordinary life, only just beginning to settle into something genuinely comfortable, took on a renewed, watchful edge in the days that followed, though this time the tension carried a different quality than the frantic, existential urgency of the original 6-week countdown. This was not a household bracing for annihilation. It was a family, considerably stronger and more established than it had been months earlier, bracing instead for the long, patient work of remaining vigilant against an enemy who had lost his power but not his grievance. It was during this uneasy stretch that the household's newest and most unexpected arrival appeared, not a hunted Duskwood survivor fleeing through the forest, but a formally dressed emissary from one of the council's allied houses, requesting audience with Eleanor directly regarding a matter the emissary described only as concerning the future of the Duskwood restoration effort. "I did not expect formal diplomatic interest quite so soon," Eleanor admitted to Issei as they prepared for the meeting, smoothing the same silver formal attire she had worn to the original council gathering months earlier. "Rias warned us this might happen eventually," Issei said. "A restored bloodline with a stabilizing territorial gift, formally recognized by the council now that House Veritha's crimes are matter of record. That's valuable. Valuable enough that other houses are going to want to be your friend, whether that's genuine or just strategic." "I am aware," Eleanor said, a faint, wry note entering her voice. "I simply did not expect the attention to arrive quite this quickly, nor to feel quite so strange after 15 years of nothing but houses wanting my bloodline for entirely different reasons. The emissary, once received in the household's now considerably more formal receiving room, proved to carry an offer rather than a threat, a proposal from her house to formally support the Duskwood restoration effort through resources, protection, and public acknowledgement, in exchange for the kind of long-term alliance that powerful old houses valued considerably more than simple gratitude. It was, on its surface, exactly the kind of opportunity the household had hoped might eventually follow the council's ruling, and yet Issei watched Eleanor's expression carry the same careful, deliberate caution she brought to every decision that risked repeating the old patterns of her people being valued for what they could provide rather than who they actually were. "We will consider the offer carefully," Eleanor told the emissary, gracious but unhurried in her response. "But I hope your house understands that the Duskwood line does not intend to become anyone's convenient asset a second time, however well-intentioned the offer. Any alliance we build going forward will be built the same way this household was built. Through genuine trust, established over time, rather than through the promise of what my bloodline's gift might eventually provide." The emissary, to his credit, seemed to accept this without offense, and once he had departed, Eleanor turned to Issei with an expression that mixed genuine hope with the same old, hard-won wariness that 15 years of survival had carved permanently into her instincts. "It is strange," she said, "to finally be offered protection and alliance instead of pursuit and threat, and to find myself still braced for the trap hidden beneath it." "That's not strange," Issei said gently. "That's just what happens when the world spends 15 years teaching someone that kindness usually has a price attached. It's going to take longer than one council ruling to unlearn that. I'm not going anywhere while you work through it." Eleanor's hand found his, steady in the way it had become since the earliest days of their bond, and together they watched the emissary's carriage disappear down the road beyond the reinforced boundary wards, carrying with it the first tentative sign that the world beyond their garden might, cautiously, slowly, be beginning to change its mind about exactly what a restored Duskwood bloodline was worth protecting for its own sake. The seasons turned slowly over the months that followed, and the household settled into a rhythm that none of them, not even Eleanor with her careful, hard-won caution, had quite dared to hope for in the earliest days after the forest clearing. The garden beneath the persimmon tree had grown noticeably richer, the bloodline gifts slow, patient magic finally given the years it needed to root properly rather than simply survive under constant threat, and the small cluster of Duskwood survivors who had first arrived frightened and wary now moved through the household with the easy familiarity of people who had genuinely, finally, found home. Ren had grown 3 inches and learned enough Japanese to argue playfully with Kaneko over which sweets were objectively superior, a rivalry that had become one of the household's small, treasured routines. Thessaly, once so guarded she scanned every room for exits before sitting down, now spent her afternoons teaching younger Duskwood arrivals the old forms Eleanor had once taught Issei on quiet evenings in this same garden, passing forward a tradition that had nearly died with her people 15 years earlier. Sable's careful cultivation of the land had drawn the attention of neighboring farms whose crops, planted at the edges of the household's expanding territorial influence, had begun yielding harvests considerably richer than anyone in the region could easily explain, a quiet, undeniable proof of exactly what the council's ruling had formally recognized and exactly what House Verith had spent 15 years trying to prevent from ever being allowed to flourish. Varen, older and more tired than any of them but visibly lighter than the exhausted, guilt-worn man who had first stood at the fence line, had become something between a teacher and an uncle to the growing household, his knowledge of the Ashen Order's remaining fragments proving invaluable as Rias's network worked steadily to dismantle whatever pieces of the old coalition still lingered beyond Castellan's shattered reach. "I did not expect, at my age, to find myself building something rather than simply surviving it," Varen admitted to Issei one evening, watching Ren and Thessaly practice forms together in the fading light while Sable knelt nearby, checking the health of the newest seedlings planted at the garden's edge. "I spent 15 years believing my life had narrowed down to nothing but the slow accumulation of guilt I could never properly repay. This household has taught me otherwise, and I do not think I will ever be able to properly thank any of you for that lesson." "You already have," Issei said simply. "Every day you choose to stay and help instead of just carrying the guilt alone." That's the thanks. That's the whole thing. Castellan's shadow had not entirely lifted, of course, and the household's vigilance had not fully relaxed in the months since his cryptic note first appeared beneath the garden stone, but the threat had settled, over time, into something the family had learned to carry without letting it define every waking moment, a steady, background awareness rather than the constant, sharp fear of the original 6-week countdown. Occasional reports filtered back through Aquino's network, sightings of a lone figure matching Castellan's description moving through territories far from Ko's small, careful attempts to rebuild influence among minor houses desperate enough to overlook his fall from grace. Nothing yet resembling the kind of coordinated threat the Ashen Order had once posed, but nothing that suggested he had abandoned his grievance either. He is patient, Eleanor said one evening, standing with Issei at the edge of the garden where the boundary wards now hummed with a strength considerably beyond anything Kiba had first built months earlier. My people learned, 15 years ago, exactly how dangerous patient men can be. I do not intend to forget that lesson simply because we have earned ourselves a season of peace. We won't forget it, Issei said. But we're not going to spend every day of this peace bracing for him either. That's its own kind of losing. He doesn't get to steal today just because he might come back for some other day down the road. Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, watching the last light fade behind the tree line, and when she finally spoke again, her voice carried the particular, hard-won warmth that had become so much more frequent in her over the preceding months, the warmth of someone who had finally, genuinely, begun to believe that safety was not simply a temporary illusion between disasters. You are right, she said. My mother used to say that a people who spend all their strength watching the horizon forget to tend the garden in front of them, and end up with neither safety nor a garden worth defending in the end. I do not intend to make that mistake, however patient Castellan proves to be. That night, as the household gathered for the kind of ordinary, unremarkable dinner that had once felt impossibly far away during the darkest weeks of the Ashen Order's hunt, Rias raised a quiet toast that carried more weight than its simple words suggested, a toast not to victory, not to the Council's ruling, not even to the safety they had all fought so hard to build, but simply to the ordinary, hard-won pleasure of a full table and a shared meal, the kind of quiet miracle that 15 years of running had once made feel entirely impossible for every Duskwood survivor now seated around it. To ordinary days, Rias said, raising her glass. To ordinary days, the household echoed, and Issei, watching Eleanor's face catch the warm lamplight, her guarded wariness finally, genuinely at rest for the length of this one shared evening, understood that whatever Castellan was quietly rebuilding somewhere beyond their walls, whatever the future eventually asked of this hard-won, stubborn, growing family, they had already won the thing that mattered most in the exact moment it counted, a garden worth defending, and a family who had chosen, again and again, to stay and tend it rather than simply run. Beyond the garden wall, far to the north in territory the Council no longer claimed any authority over, a lone figure studied a map marked with careful, patient annotations, tracing a line that led, eventually and inevitably, back toward a small household outside Ko that had cost him everything he had once possessed, and began, with the same slow, methodical patience that had built House Veritha's fortune across 3 generations, to plan exactly how he intended to take it all back. He was not alone in that quiet, distant study. 2 figures waited near the door, patient and unhurried, wearing robes the color of old ash, and when Castellan finally looked up from his map, his expression carried none of the desperation of a man defeated, only the cold, unhurried certainty of someone who had simply changed methods rather than abandoned his purpose. The Council could strip a house of its standing. It could not so easily strip a man of the resources he had spent 3 generations quietly hiding beyond any single house's formal ledgers, nor of the allies who still owed him debts too old and too private for any inquest to uncover. 6 weeks had cost him a name. It had not cost him nearly enough to stop him, and somewhere beneath a garden lamp burning steadily through the night outside Ko, a family who believed the worst of their fight was behind them had no way yet of knowing exactly how much patience their oldest enemy still had left to spend. Later that night, once the dinner had wound down and the younger members of the household had finally been coaxed toward sleep, Issei found Eleanor once more beneath the persimmon tree, her hand resting against the earth the way it had on so many quiet nights before, feeling for the steady, patient pulse of the bloodline gift now settled deep enough into the soil that even she, with all her careful attention, sometimes struggled to trace its furthest edges anymore. "It has grown so much," she said softly, more to herself than to him. "I remember when this felt like the faintest whisper of magic clinging to survival. Now it feels like something with real roots. Something that could outlast even men as patient as Castellan, if we simply keep choosing to tend it." "That's the whole plan, isn't it?" Issei said, settling beside her in the cool grass. "Keep choosing. Every ordinary day." "Every ordinary day," Eleanor agreed, leaning her head against his shoulder in the easy, unguarded way that had once seemed impossible for someone who had spent 15 years never letting herself rest fully in anyone's presence. They sat together a while longer beneath the quiet stars, the household settling into sleep around them, the garden's slow magic humming faintly beneath their joined hands, and neither of them spoke again of Castellan or councils or the long, uncertain road still ahead. There would be time enough for that tomorrow, and the day after, and every ordinary day still to come. Tonight, for now, there was only the garden, and the family it had grown, and the quiet, hard-won certainty that whatever came next, they would face it exactly as they had faced everything so far, together, and unwilling to let go of what they had already built. Inside the house, Asia had left a single lamp burning in the hallway window, a small, steady beacon out of habit rather than necessity now that the boundary wards no longer needed a visible marker to guide anyone home safely after dark. It had become, without anyone quite deciding it should, a kind of quiet tradition, the lamp lit every evening whether or not anyone was expected to return late, a small declaration that this house welcomed its family home regardless of the hour, regardless of what the day had asked of them. Issei noticed it now, glowing warm and steady through the dark, and found the sight settled something in him even more thoroughly than the garden's magic had. "That lamp has been burning every night since Thessaly first arrived," he said. "I don't think anyone's ever mentioned it out loud." "Some things do not need to be spoken to be understood," Eleanor said, following his gaze toward the warm, welcoming light. "My mother kept a lamp exactly like it burning at the edge of our old settlement, every night, for exactly the same reason. I had forgotten that memory entirely until this very moment. It seems some traditions find their way forward regardless of how thoroughly the world tries to erase them." Issei squeezed her hand gently, watching the lamp's steady glow, and thought, not for the first time, that the truest measure of everything they had fought to build was not found in council rulings or broken coalitions or even the slow, patient magic settling into the garden soil beneath them, but in small, unremarked things like a single lamp left burning through the night, a promise renewed quietly, without ceremony, simply because it was worth keeping. Whatever Castellan was planning somewhere beyond the horizon, whatever trials the months ahead still held in store, that lamp would keep burning regardless, and Issei intended to make certain it always had a family waiting beneath it to come home to. Winter arrived early that year, the first hard frost settling over the garden beneath the persimmon tree with a beauty that Eleanor swore, watching it from the porch one morning with a blanket around her shoulders, reminded her of the last winter she had spent whole with her family before everything burned. It was, Issei had come to understand over the preceding months, the particular gift and burden of her healing, that ordinary beautiful things had begun returning to her slowly, one at a time, no longer entirely eclipsed by grief, though never quite free of it either. The household had settled, by the time the frost came, into the kind of steady rhythm that Rias privately admitted she had not expected to achieve so soon after House Veritha's fall. Sable's cultivation of the bloodline gift had matured enough that the neighboring farm's unexplained abundance had become a quiet local legend, spoken of by nearby villagers with the kind of superstitious gratitude that asked no questions and required no explanation. Ren had grown taller still, fluent enough in Japanese now to tease Kaneko in her own language, and Thessaly had taken on something like the role of a training instructor for the household's growing number of Duskwood arrivals, 7 now in total, each carrying their own scars and their own slow, careful process of learning to trust a roof that did not ask to be repaid. It was into this fragile, hard-won piece that the first sign of Castellan's renewed movement finally surfaced, not through Aquino's network this time, but through Varen himself, whose old instincts for reading the subtle currents of the underworld's remaining fractured factions had never entirely dulled despite months of quiet, ordinary life. There is a pattern forming, he told Rias and Issei one evening, spreading a set of hand-drawn notes across the table with the same careful precision he had once used to catalogue the Ashen Order structure for the Council's inquest. Small, disparate groups, remnants of factions the Order once maintained loose alliances with, fallen angel cells that lost their standing after the war, minor devil houses hungry enough to overlook a man's fall from grace if the price is right. Individually, none of them amount to much. But someone has been quietly drawing them together over the past several months, offering promises I do not think he currently has the resources to fully deliver, which tells me he is building towards something he intends to fund properly once he has enough hands committed to the effort. Castellan, Rias said, not a question. Castellan, Varen confirmed. I recognize the method. He always preferred patient accumulation over decisive strikes, even during his years funding the original order. He is not the kind of man who throws everything at a single gate and hopes it holds. He builds slowly, tests constantly, and only commits once he is certain of the outcome. Issei felt something tighten in his chest, an old, familiar readiness that had first surfaced in a forest clearing many months earlier, though it settled now into something steadier, less frantic, tempered by months of hard-won preparation rather than raw improvisation. How long before he's ready to commit, he asked. I do not know precisely, Varen admitted. But I would guess considerably less than a year. The frost coming early this season is not the only thing arriving ahead of its expected time. Rias's expression carried the particular grim focus Issei had come to recognize as her thinking through several branching strategies simultaneously, weighing resources and alliances and timelines with the same careful precision she brought to every serious threat the household had faced. Then we do not wait for him to finish building, she said finally. We spend this next stretch of time exactly the way we spent the 6 weeks before the council ruling, preparing as though the worst outcome is inevitable, while working every angle we have to prevent it from actually arriving that way. The household's response to this news carried none of the raw panic of the earliest days after the forest clearing, a fact that struck Issei, watching the family absorb the warning with steady, determined resolve rather than fear, as one of the clearest measures of exactly how far they had all come together. Kiba immediately began drafting plans to expand and reinforce the boundary wards further, incorporating lessons learned from both the probe attack and the ambush during the ledger retrieval mission. Aquino set to work identifying which of the fractured factions Varen had named might be persuaded away from Castellan's growing coalition through older debts and quieter diplomacy rather than outright confrontation. Sable and Thessaly began discussing, with the particular calm focus of people who had already survived one such threat successfully, how the bloodline gift's growing strength might be deliberately shaped to serve as more than passive protection. It was Eleanor, watching the household mobilize with practiced efficiency around her, who finally voiced the question Issei suspected had been sitting quietly beneath everyone's careful preparations since Varen first spread his notes across the table. We stopped him once, she said, her voice steady but carrying an old, familiar weight beneath its calm. Stripped his house, exposed his crimes, sent him fleeing with nothing but a grudge and whatever resources he could hide from the council's reach. And still he has spent every month since quietly rebuilding toward exactly the same goal. I find myself wondering whether there is truly an ending to this kind of patience, or whether we are simply destined to keep winning smaller versions of the same fight indefinitely, forever bracing for the next season he decides he is ready to move. Issei took her hand, feeling the old, familiar steadiness settle between them that had carried them through every hard conversation since the very first night in this garden. I don't think there's a version of this where one fight ends every kind of danger forever, he said honestly. I think that's just what protecting something worth protecting actually looks like. But that doesn't mean we're just running the same fight over and over either. Look at what's different this time. We're not scared and scattered anymore. We've got a council ruling behind us, allies building, a bloodline gift strong enough that neighboring villages are already benefiting from it without even knowing why. Every time he comes back, he's got less, and we've got more. That's not the same fight repeating. That's the fight tipping steadily in our direction, even if it takes more than one round to finish. Eleanor considered that for a long moment, watching the household's steady, determined preparations continue around them in the fading winter light, and something in her expression settled, not into certainty exactly, but into the same hard-won, stubborn hope that had carried her through every impossible moment since the ritual circle in the forest. Then let us make certain this round tips the balance decisively enough that he does not get a fourth, she said, and Issei felt the whole shape of the coming fight, whatever form it eventually took, settle into something considerably less frightening simply for being faced together rather than alone. The next several months carried the household through a different kind of preparation than any they had undertaken before, less frantic and reactive than the original 6-week countdown, more deliberate and structural, the work of a family building toward permanent resilience rather than simply surviving an immediate crisis. Rias formalized alliances with 3 additional houses over the winter, each negotiation carried out with the patient, careful diplomacy that came naturally to her but had rarely been tested so thoroughly before House Veritha's fall forced her into the deep end of council politics. Aquino's network expanded steadily, old debts converted into genuine friendships as the fractured factions Varen had identified were, one by one, either persuaded away from Castellan's growing coalition or isolated enough that their eventual participation would cost him far more than it gained. It was Sable who made the breakthrough that would ultimately shape the household's entire strategy going into the spring, discovering through careful, patient study that the bloodline gift, given enough time and enough Duskwood presence rooted in one place, could be deliberately extended beyond simple passive stabilization into something closer to active ward magic. A discovery that transformed the garden beneath the persimmon tree from a symbol of restoration into something considerably more practical. If we can shape it correctly, Sable explained to the assembled household one evening, spreading diagrams across the table that reminded Issei uncomfortably of the Ashen Order's own ritual sigils. Though built from an entirely different intention, we would not simply be defending this territory when the attack finally comes. The land itself would be actively working against anyone who intends harm here, the same way it once made the old Duskwood forests so difficult for any invading force to hold even after they had won the initial battle. That's going to take considerable time to properly establish, Kiba observed, studying the diagrams with careful attention. It is, Sable agreed. Which is precisely why I believe we should begin now, while we still have the luxury of months rather than weeks. Castellan is patient. Let us be patient in return, and build something that turns his patience against him. The work that followed absorbed much of the household's energy through the remainder of winter and into early spring, Sable and the other Duskwood survivors working in careful, deliberate shifts to extend and shape the bloodline gift's reach, while Kiba's rebuilt wards were gradually woven into the same living magic rather than existing as a separate layer of defense. Issei found himself drawn increasingly into this slower, more patient side of the household's preparations, spending long afternoons helping haul stone and timber for the physical boundary markers Sable's ritual work required, and it was during one such afternoon, both of them exhausted and dust-streaked from the day's labor, that Eleanor finally voiced something she had clearly been turning over privately for some time. I have been thinking about what comes after, she admitted, sitting beside him on an overturned timber with the spring sun warm on both their faces. Not simply after Castellan, whenever that ending finally arrives, but after the danger generally. What this household becomes once it is no longer defined primarily by what it survives. What do you picture? Issei asked, genuinely curious. A place my people can actually call home again, she said slowly, rather than simply a shelter from the storm. A settlement, eventually, not merely a garden behind one house. Somewhere the Duskwood traditions can be taught properly, where children born here grow up never needing to understand what it felt like to run. I did not let myself imagine that kind of future for a very long time, because imagining it made the 15 years of losing it hurt considerably more sharply. But I find myself imagining it now regardless, and I find I want it rather badly. Issei studied her profile in the warm spring light, the particular unguarded hope in her expression that had become more frequent over the preceding months but still carried, beneath it, the old wariness of someone who had learned the hard way that hope could be a dangerous thing to hold too tightly. Then that's what we build, he said simply. Not just survival. The actual thing you're picturing. I don't see why it has to wait until every possible danger is gone forever, because like I said, I don't think that day ever fully arrives for anyone. We start building the real thing now, alongside the preparation, and Castellan just has to deal with the fact that he's not just fighting people defending a garden anymore. He's fighting people building an actual future, which is a considerably harder thing to burn down. Eleanor's answering smile carried a warmth that had nothing to do with the spring sun, and in the weeks that followed, the household's preparations took on precisely that dual quality Issei had described: defensive wards woven alongside genuine growth. Sable's careful ritual work extended not only to protect the existing garden but to prepare additional ground for the small settlement Eleanor had begun. Cautiously and then with growing confidence, to actually plan in earnest. Thessaly began drafting proper lesson structures for the Duskwood traditions she had been teaching informally for months. Ren, delighted at the prospect of eventually having actual Duskwood peers her own age rather than simply human classmates, threw herself into helping plan what a proper settlement school might eventually look like. It was, Issei reflected one evening watching the whole household gathered around blueprints and diagrams that mixed defensive ward work seamlessly with genuine architectural planning, exactly the kind of stubborn, hopeful defiance that had first drawn him to stand between 6 masked ritualists and a chained, exhausted stranger many months earlier, the refusal to let danger define the entire shape of a life. The insistence on building something worth protecting rather than merely something worth surviving for. Castellan is going to hate this, Aquino observed with her usual playful edge, studying the settlement plans with evident satisfaction. He spent 15 years trying to erase an entire people, and here we are drawing up school blueprints in the middle of preparing for his next attack. Good, Eleanor said, with a fierce, satisfied certainty that Issei had come to love as much as any gentler expression she carried. Let him hate it. Let him understand exactly what he is actually fighting against now, not a scattered handful of frightened survivors, but a people actively, stubbornly choosing to rebuild everything he once believed he had successfully destroyed. The first concrete sign that Castellan's patience had finally begun to run its course arrived in early summer, carried not through Varen's careful reading of underworld currents, but through a considerably more direct and unwelcome channel, a formal challenge, delivered by a masked intermediary to the household's front gate in broad daylight. Invoking an old and rarely used custom that permitted a disgraced house to reclaim its standing through single combat against the chosen champion of the party responsible for its fall. He cannot be serious, Rias said, reading the formal challenge scroll with open disbelief once the intermediary had departed without further explanation. This custom hasn't been invoked in over a century. It exists specifically for minor territorial disputes between roughly matched houses, not for a disgraced outlaw trying to reverse a council ruling built on documented evidence of mass murder. He does not need it to be taken seriously by the council, Varen said grimly, studying the scroll's careful, formal phrasing with the particular attention of someone who recognized exactly what game was actually being played beneath the surface. He needs it to be taken seriously by the factions he has spent the past year assembling. A public challenge, framed with an old and technically valid custom, gives every faction currently sitting on the fence a reason to commit fully once the combat concludes, regardless of how it actually concludes. If his chosen champion wins, he reclaims legitimacy in the eyes of exactly the kind of desperate, opportunistic allies he has been courting. If his champion loses, he simply claims the custom was never properly honored to begin with, and uses that grievance to justify whatever comes next. Either outcome serves his actual purpose. The combat itself is almost incidental. Then we don't play his game at all, Issei said. We refuse the challenge and keep building what we're building. Refusing carries its own cost, Rias said carefully. Old customs like this one carry weight precisely because refusing them, however questionable the challenger's standing, can be read by watching factions as an admission of weakness, or worse, an admission of guilt. I do not love this any more than you do, Issei, but I do not think we can simply dismiss it without consequence. It was Eleanor, listening with the same fierce, focused attention she had carried into the council hall many months earlier, who finally spoke into the tense silence that followed, her voice carrying none of the fear the situation might reasonably have inspired, only the same hard, deliberate resolve that had guided nearly every difficult decision the household had faced since her arrival. Then we do not refuse it, she said. We accept, and we make certain the combat itself becomes exactly the kind of public statement he was hoping to avoid rather than the one he intended to create. Issei felt his stomach tighten at the implication even before she finished the thought. You're thinking of standing as our champion, he said. I am the reason this fight exists in the first place, Eleanor said simply. It seems fitting that I be the one to end this particular chapter of it directly, rather than asking someone else to carry that weight on my behalf. The household's reaction was immediate and divided, Rias's careful diplomatic caution warring visibly with her evident respect for exactly the kind of decisive statement Eleanor was proposing, Akino's protective instincts sharpening into open concern, Kiba already beginning to calculate, with quiet professional focus, exactly what training regimen the coming weeks would need to carry Eleanor through whatever champion Castellan intended to field. It was Issei, feeling the old, familiar protective instinct rise sharply in his chest, who finally spoke the objection he suspected the rest of the household was too diplomatically careful to voice outright. I don't like this, he said honestly. Not because I don't trust you to fight. I've watched you train for months. I've watched you hold your own against trained ritualists and Veritha's own household guard. But this isn't a skirmish where we can regroup and try again if something goes wrong. This is a single combat with everything riding on the outcome, against an opponent Castellan gets to choose specifically to beat you. I am aware of exactly what is being risked, Eleanor said, meeting his eyes steadily. I have weighed that risk carefully, Issei, not recklessly. But I have spent 15 years being someone things happen to. I have spent the past year becoming someone who happens to things instead. If Castellan wants a public statement, I would rather it be mine to make than anyone else's, including yours. I understand your fear. I do not think it changes what needs to be done here, nor who is best positioned to do it. The room held its breath for a long moment, and it was Rias, ultimately, who broke the tension with the same decisive clarity she had shown throughout the household's long, difficult year. Then we accept the challenge, she said, and we spend whatever weeks remain before the combat making absolutely certain Eleanor walks into that circle as prepared as any champion in this council's long history has ever been. Kiba, I want a full training regimen drafted by morning. Issei, I know you have concerns, and I do not think any less of you for voicing them, but I need you focused on supporting that preparation rather than fighting the decision itself. This is Eleanor's choice to make, and she has made it. Issei looked at Eleanor for a long moment, the fear and the fierce, stubborn pride warring visibly in his chest, and finally, slowly, nodded, understanding, even through the fear, exactly why this particular fight needed to belong to her, and not to him. Then let's make sure you walk out of that circle exactly the way you walked into that council hall, he said quietly. Undefeated, and impossible to silence. Eleanor's hand found his, steady despite everything the coming weeks would demand of her, and the household began, once again, the familiar, determined work of preparing for a fight none of them had chosen but all of them intended to win. The weeks that followed carried an intensity to the household's training that surpassed even the frantic preparation before the original council gathering, Kiba drafting a regimen that pushed Eleanor's already formidable skill towards something considerably sharper, while Issei, true to Rias's request, poured his own energy into supporting that preparation rather than fighting the decision that had made it necessary. He sparred with her daily, using the boosted gear's raw power to simulate the kind of overwhelming force a champion chosen specifically to defeat her might bring to the actual combat, and watched, with a mixture of pride and lingering fear, as she grew steadily more capable of meeting that force with something other than simple retreat. You are improving faster than I expected, Eleanor admitted one evening, both of them breathing hard after a particularly grueling session, sweat soaking through their training clothes despite the cool evening air. Your form has become genuinely disciplined. I did not think brute force and patience could coexist quite this well in the same fighter. I had a good teacher, Issei said, grinning despite his exhaustion, and Eleanor's answering smile carried the same warmth it always did after their private sessions, a warmth that had become, over the preceding months, one of the household's quiet, treasured constants even amid the mounting pressure of the coming combat. It was Sable, working in careful coordination with Thessaly, who ultimately proposed the addition that would prove most decisive to Eleanor's preparation, a deeper integration of the bloodline gift itself into her personal fighting style, drawing on the same living magic that had transformed the garden into something considerably more than a passive shelter. Your ancestors did not simply wield blades in the old wars, Sable explained, guiding Eleanor through a series of exercises designed to help her consciously draw on the ley magic now running steadily beneath the household's territory. They fought as extensions of the land itself, when the land had been given enough time and enough devotion to answer that call. You have spent a year rooting this bloodline more deeply into this ground than it has been rooted anywhere in 15 years. It is time you learned to draw on what you have helped grow, rather than relying solely on steel and discipline. The training that followed proved slow and frequently frustrating, Eleanor struggling for the first several sessions to consciously access a connection that had, until now, existed largely as passive, ambient magic rather than something she could deliberately channel, but by the third week she had begun to manage brief, controlled bursts. The ground beneath her feet responding with subtle tremors of reinforcement whenever she committed fully to a strike, roots and vines answering her call with small, startling shows of responsive growth during her most focused sessions. It recognizes you, Sable said, watching one such session with quiet satisfaction. Not simply as a duskwood heir, but as someone who chose to stay and tend it rather than simply inherit it passively. That recognition is worth more than any single technique I could otherwise teach you. Word of Castellan's chosen champion arrived roughly 2 weeks before the combat's scheduled date, delivered through Aquino's careful network rather than any formal announcement, and the news settled over the household with a weight considerably heavier than any of them had anticipated. He had selected, from among the fractured factions he had spent the past year assembling, a fallen angel named Offries, once counted among the more formidable combatants of the old war before her faction's collapse left her seeking exactly the kind of desperate, well-funded patron Castellan had become. She's not simply strong, Varen said grimly, laying out everything he had managed to learn about the woman's history and reputation. She survived engagements against opponents considerably more experienced than a year of dedicated training could reasonably prepare anyone to face. I do not say this to discourage the effort. I say it because Eleanor deserves to walk into that circle with a clear, honest understanding of exactly what she is facing, rather than false comfort that might cost her in the moment it matters most. Eleanor absorbed this information with the same steady, unflinching focus she had carried through every hard truth of the preceding year, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried none of the fear the news might reasonably have inspired, only the same hard, deliberate resolve that Issei had come to recognize as entirely, distinctly her own. Then I train harder, she said simply. And I remember, when the moment comes, exactly what I am fighting for, which I suspect is considerably more than whatever Offries has been offered to stand against me. The final days before the combat carried a quiet, focused intensity that Issei recognized from the tense weeks before the original council ruling, the household gathering each evening not for frantic last-minute preparation but for the kind of steady, deliberate presence that came from a family determined to send their champion into the circle carrying every ounce of support they could offer. Ren presented Eleanor with a small, carefully woven bracelet made from garden vines on the final evening, shy and earnest in a way that made Eleanor's composure crack briefly into open, grateful tears. Thessaly offered a final review of the forms they had trained together for months, less instruction now than simple, steady reassurance. Varen, uncharacteristically quiet through most of the preparation, finally approached Eleanor the night before the combat with something he had clearly been working towards saying for some time. I watched your settlement burn 15 years ago, and told myself for 15 years that nothing could undo that, he said, his voice carrying the particular weight of a confession long overdue. I was wrong. Watching what you have built since, watching what you are about to stand for in that circle tomorrow, I understand now that undoing is never truly possible, but building something worth the cost of what was lost, that is possible, and you have already done it, regardless of what tomorrow's combat decides. I wanted you to know that before you walked into that circle. Whatever happens, you have already won something Castellan can never take back. Eleanor's eyes carried the bright sheen of tears she did not bother hiding as she embraced the old man, and Issei, watching the exchange from across the quiet room, felt the full, enormous weight of everything the coming day would ask of all of them settle into something he could finally, steadily carry, rather than simply fear. The combat took place on the same neutral grounds where the original council gathering had unfolded nearly a year earlier, though this time the estate's sprawling grounds had been arranged to accommodate a considerably larger audience, word of the old customs invocation having drawn representatives from every house and faction with even a passing interest in the outcome. Issei stood at the edge of the marked circle alongside Rias and the rest of the household, every instinct in him screaming to be the one standing inside it instead, and it was only Eleanor's steady, certain composure, as she took her position opposite Offrey's, that allowed him to hold that instinct in check. Offrey's proved, on first sight, exactly as formidable as Varen's warnings had suggested, tall and sharp-featured with the particular stillness of a fighter who had long since stopped needing to posture before a battle, her wings folded close against her back, a curved blade resting easily in one hand as she studied Eleanor across the circle with clinical, unhurried assessment. "You do not need to do this," Offrey said, her voice carrying no particular malice, only the flat professional distance of someone who had fought too many such battles to invest emotion in any single one. "Castellan's coin does not care whether you yield now or after I have broken something considerably harder to mend. I am told your restoration effort has real value. I take no particular pleasure in ending that over an old man's grudge." "Then don't," Eleanor said simply. "Walk away, and let this ridiculous custom expire the way it should have expired a century ago." Offrey's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "I have debts of my own to settle first," she said. "Perhaps after." The presiding elder's signal came a moment later, and the combat began with a speed that stole Issei's breath entirely, Offrey's closing the distance in a blur of motion that even months of training had not fully prepared him to anticipate on Eleanor's behalf, her curved blade a whip crack of motion that Eleanor barely turned aside in time, the force of the parry driving her back a full step across the circle's marked boundary. "She's fast," Kiba murmured beside him, his own trained eye tracking the exchange with sharp professional focus. "Eleanor's faster than she looks, though," Issei said, watching her recover her footing with the same economical precision he had first admired in the forest clearing many months earlier, and indeed, the second exchange carried a different quality entirely, Eleanor meeting Offrey's blade with controlled, patient defense rather than raw retreat, testing the fallen angel's rhythm with the same careful attention she brought to every serious challenge. The combat stretched on considerably longer than the opening exchange had suggested, Offrey's raw speed and experience matched, increasingly, by Eleanor's disciplined patience and the growing, subtle presence of the bloodline gift beginning to answer her call, faint tremors rippling through the ground with every fully committed strike. Small tendrils of grass and root reaching toward her feet as though the earth itself had recognized the moment finally called for its participation. "What is that?" Offrey's demanded, breaking briefly from the engagement as the ground beneath her own feet shifted subtly, throwing off her footing for the first time in the entire combat. "The reason Castellan needed a champion at all, rather than simply facing me himself," Eleanor said, and pressed the advantage with a renewed intensity that finally, visibly, began to shift the balance of the fight in her favor. The final exchange, when it came, unfolded with a speed and precision that left the watching crowd murmuring in open surprise, Eleanor closing the last gap between them with the same patient economy she had shown throughout the entire combat, her blade finding the narrow opening in Offrey's guard that months of careful training had taught her to recognize and exploit without hesitation. The fallen angel's own blade fell from suddenly numbed fingers, and she dropped to one knee in the circle's dust, breathing hard, her earlier clinical distance finally cracking into something that looked, unexpectedly, like genuine respect. "Yield," Eleanor said, her own blade steady at Offrey's throat, her voice carrying no cruelty, only the same hard, unwavering resolve that had carried her through every difficult moment of the preceding year. "I yield," Offrey said, and something in her tired, weathered expression suggested the words carried more weight than simple acknowledgement of defeat. "You fight for something considerably more real than whatever coin Castellan offered me," she added quietly, for Eleanor's ears alone. "I find I do not regret losing to it." The presiding elder's formal declaration that followed carried the full, undeniable weight of the old customs resolution, House Veritha's claim decisively and publicly defeated, the Council's original ruling reaffirmed beyond any further challenge under the very tradition Castellan had hoped to weaponize against it. The watching crowd's murmurs shifted, in the moments that followed, from open speculation into something considerably more like grudging, widespread respect, and Issei, crossing the circle the moment the formal proceedings allowed it, pulled Eleanor into an embrace that carried every ounce of fear and pride and relief the preceding weeks had demanded of him. "You did it," he said, his voice rough with emotion he did not bother hiding. "We did it," Eleanor corrected gently, still breathing hard but steady in his arms, the whole household's hard-won preparation finally, undeniably vindicated. "I could not have stood in that circle carrying what I carried without every single person who helped me become someone capable of standing there at all." Behind them, at the edge of the watching crowd, a figure in a dark traveling cloak turned and departed the grounds without waiting for the formal proceedings to fully conclude, and though none of them could yet know it for certain, every instinct in the household recognized, with grim, unified clarity, exactly who had just watched his carefully assembled coalition's foundation crack decisively beneath the weight of a single, decisive defeat. The weeks following the combat brought a shift in the household's fortunes that even Rias, with all her careful strategic patience, admitted she had not fully anticipated. Word of Eleanor's decisive victory spread quickly through the same underworld channels Castellan had spent a year quietly cultivating, and rather than the growing coalition he had hoped the combat would help solidify, the fractured factions he had assembled began, one by one, to reconsider the wisdom of remaining associated with a man who had just publicly, undeniably lost his strongest gambit against a household considerably more formidable than his old grievance had led them to expect. Offries herself proved the first and most significant of these reconsiderations, appearing at the household's gate less than a week after the combat, no longer bearing the curved blade she had wielded in the circle, her posture carrying none of the clinical distance she had shown during the fight itself. "I have not come seeking employment," she said carefully, when Rias received her in the same formal receiving room that had once hosted the Emissaries' Alliance offer months earlier. "Castellan's coin is no longer worth what it once was, now that half the factions he assembled have quietly withdrawn their support. I have come instead because I find myself curious about a household capable of producing the kind of fighter I faced in that circle, and because I have grown considerably tired of fighting for causes I do not actually believe in." Eleanor studied the fallen angel for a long moment, weighing the same careful caution she had shown every new arrival since the earliest days of the household's growth, though this particular caution carried a different quality, the wariness of someone evaluating a former opponent rather than a stranger seeking shelter. "You fought against everything I have spent this past year building," Eleanor said finally. "I do not offer trust easily to those who have stood on the other side of that fight, regardless of how the combat itself concluded." "I do not ask for easy trust," Offries said. "I ask only for the chance to earn it properly, the same way I imagine every survivor currently living in this household once had to earn it, one deliberate choice at a time. I am not certain I even believe I deserve it. But I find, having lost cleanly to something considerably more genuine than anything Castellan ever offered me, that I would rather spend whatever years remain finding out whether I am capable of standing for something that real myself, rather than continuing to sell my blade to men like him simply because it is the only life I have known since my own faction's collapse." Rias exchanged a long, considering glance with Eleanor, and it was Eleanor herself, ultimately, who extended the offer that would come to define the household's next significant chapter, though not without conditions carefully, deliberately set. "You may stay, on a trial basis, and earn whatever trust you are hoping to find here through the same patient, ordinary work everyone in this house has had to earn it through," Eleanor said. "No shortcuts, no assumptions of goodwill simply because you lost honorably in that circle. If you are genuine in what you are asking, that will not be a difficult condition to meet." Offries's answering nod carried a quiet, visible relief that reminded Issei sharply of every previous Duskwood survivor's first hesitant steps into the household's protection, and over the following weeks, true to Eleanor's careful conditions, the fallen angel proved her sincerity through exactly the kind of patient, unglamorous work Eleanor had described. Helping Kiba reinforce the boundary wards with knowledge of Castellan's tactical patterns that proved considerably more valuable than any single fight could have been, assisting Sable with the physical labor the settlement's continued construction required, and slowly, cautiously, beginning to form the same tentative bonds with the household's growing family that every previous arrival had eventually found their way toward. Castellan's coalition, meanwhile, continued its steady unraveling through the remainder of the summer, Aquino's network reporting fresh defections nearly every week as word of the combat's outcome and Offries's subsequent departure spread further through the fractured factions he had spent so long courting. It was Varen who first raised the possibility, during one of the household's regular strategy discussions, that Castellan's remaining resources might finally be growing thin enough to force a decisive, desperate move rather than the patient, methodical accumulation he had favored throughout the preceding year. A man who builds slowly does so because he believes time favors him, Varen observed. Every defection, every failed gambit, teaches him otherwise. I would not be surprised if his patience, the very quality that has made him so dangerous until now, finally begins to run out entirely. Desperate men make considerably different choices than patient ones. Rios's expression carried the particular sharp focus of someone recalculating a threat assessment in real time. Then we should expect something considerably more direct, she said. Not another formal challenge, not another patient recruitment campaign. Something closer to the raw force he avoided using against us from the very beginning, precisely because he knew it would fail against our full strength. If he's desperate enough, he might not care whether it fails anymore, Issei said grimly, feeling the old, familiar readiness settle into his chest once more. He might just want to make sure it costs us something on his way down. The household absorbed this grim possibility with the same steady, determined resolve that had carried them through every previous escalation, and in the weeks that followed, the careful, patient preparation that had defined the years since House Veritha's fall shifted once more into something sharper, more immediate, the whole family understanding, without needing to say it explicitly, that whatever final confrontation Castellan's dwindling patience was building toward would very likely arrive. Considerably sooner than any of them had originally hoped, and would very likely demand considerably more from all of them than any single combat, however decisive, ever could. The final assault, when it finally arrived in the last stretch of summer, came exactly as Varen had predicted, direct and desperate rather than patient and calculated, Castellan committing every remaining resource his crumbling coalition still possessed in a single, overwhelming strike aimed not at the household's defenses in isolated fragments, but at the boundary wards themselves. An attempt to overwhelm Sable's carefully woven lame magic through sheer concentrated force before the household could properly organize its response. The attack began just after midnight, the eastern boundary erupting into violent, cascading light as dozens of combined forces, the last loyal remnants of the Ashen Order alongside whatever mercenary factions Castellan's dwindling coin could still purchase, hurled themselves against wards that had never been tested by anything approaching this scale of coordinated assault. They're not testing anymore, Kiba reported, already moving toward the breach with sword drawn, his voice carrying an urgency Issei had rarely heard from him even during the household's tensest previous confrontations. This is everything he has left, thrown at us all at once. Then we meet it with everything we have, Rios said, and the household scattered to their positions with the same practiced coordination they had built over a full year of preparation, though nothing in that preparation had fully accounted for the sheer scale of what now pressed against their defenses. Issei found himself, once again, fighting alongside Eleanor and Iris along the boundary line, though the household's formation had grown considerably since the original probe attack many months earlier, Offries fighting with fierce, focused intensity beside them, her wings unfurled fully for the first time since her arrival. Clearly determined to prove her sincerity through exactly the kind of decisive action Eleanor's careful conditions had asked of her. Varen, too old for direct combat but invaluable regardless, worked alongside Sable near the garden's center, both of them pouring their combined knowledge into reinforcing the bloodline gift's active defenses even as the boundary wards strained visibly under the relentless, coordinated pressure. Boost, Issei called, feeling Drake's power surge through his arm in answer, and drove back a cluster of masked ritualists attempting to exploit a weakening seam in the ward's northern section, buying Kiba the precious seconds he needed to reinforce the breach before it could fully collapse. The battle that followed stretched on considerably longer and more desperately than anything the household had faced before, wave after wave of Castellan's remaining forces testing every possible weakness in the coordinated defense, and it was nearly an hour into the engagement, both sides visibly exhausted, that Castellan himself finally appeared at the edge of the boundary, no longer content to direct the assault from a distance. His composed political mask entirely gone now, replaced by something raw and furious that Issei had not seen in the man during either of their previous encounters. "You have cost me everything," Castellan said, his voice carrying across the chaotic battlefield with the particular clarity of someone who no longer cared who heard him. 15 years of careful work, 3 generations of accumulated resources, and a scattered handful of refugees and a foolish young devil have unmade all of it in the span of a single year. You did that to yourself the moment you decided burning children alive was worth more territory, Eleanor said, stepping forward to meet him directly, her blade steady despite the visible exhaustion of the preceding hour's fighting. "I did not unmake anything that was not already rotten to its foundation the day your house commissioned that massacre." Castellan's expression twisted with something that might have been grief beneath the fury, an old, buried acknowledgement that Issei had not expected to see from him even now. "Perhaps," he admitted, his voice dropping to something quieter, more dangerous for its sudden control. "But rotten foundations can still bury a great deal beneath them when they finally collapse. I did not come here tonight expecting to win, girl. I came here to make certain that whatever I lose, you lose something in equal measure." The attack that followed came with a speed and violence that caught even Eleanor's careful readiness off guard, Castellan abandoning any pretense of formal combat entirely. A burst of raw, desperate devil magic tearing across the boundary line aimed not at Eleanor directly but at the garden itself, at the persimmon tree and the deep, patient roots of the bloodline gift that had taken a full year of careful cultivation to establish. Issei moved without conscious thought, throwing himself between the strike and the garden's center with every ounce of boosted strength Drag could offer, the impact driving him hard into the earth as the boosted gear's scales absorbed the worst of the blow, though not without cost. Pain lancing sharp and immediate through his chest as he struggled back to his feet, breathing hard, blood at the corner of his mouth. "Issei," Eleanor's voice cracked with a fear Issei had rarely heard from her, even in the worst moments of the preceding year, and she was at his side in an instant, her earlier controlled fury replaced entirely by raw, desperate concern. "I'm fine," Issei managed, though the words cost him considerably more than they should have. "Garden's fine. That's what matters." Eleanor's expression, in the brief moment before she turned back toward Castellan, carried something Issei had never quite seen from her before, not the hard, controlled resolve she brought to every previous confrontation, but something rawer and more dangerous, the particular fury of someone watching the person they loved bleed for something Castellan had spent 15 years trying to destroy for the exact same reasons. "You have made a mistake you will not have the chance to correct," Eleanor said, rising to her feet, and the ground beneath her responded to the sheer intensity of her focus with a violence it had never shown even during her combat against Offries, roots and vines surging upward in a sudden, overwhelming wave that caught Castellan's remaining forces entirely off guard, the bloodline gift finally fully answering a call born not merely from discipline but from something considerably more fierce and personal. The garden's response, when it finally came fully unleashed, transformed the remainder of the battle entirely, roots and vines sweeping through the boundary line with a speed and coordination that no simple plant growth should have possessed, wrapping around the ankles and wrists of Castellan's remaining forces with the same patient, unyielding strength that had once made the old Duskwood forests legendary among the great house's military histories. Ritualists who had fought with disciplined, coordinated precision throughout the entire engagement found themselves suddenly, helplessly bound, their formations broken not through direct combat but through the land itself finally, fully rising to defend the family who had spent a full year tending it. Sable's voice carried across the chaos with sudden, urgent clarity. "It is answering her fully now," she called toward Rias and the others still holding the boundary line. "The gift recognizes what nearly happened here tonight. It will not simply protect passively any longer." Castellan, caught in the sudden, overwhelming surge alongside his remaining forces, struggled briefly against the roots binding his own limbs before going still, his earlier raw fury finally giving way to something that looked, in the flickering light of the battle's aftermath, like genuine, exhausted defeat. "You cannot hold this indefinitely," he said, though the words carried none of his earlier confidence. "Eventually the magic will fade, and I will simply try again." "You will not," Eleanor said, standing over him with the same fierce, unwavering certainty that had carried her through every impossible confrontation of the preceding year, though something in her expression, watching him bound and finally, undeniably defeated, carried more exhaustion than triumph. Not because I intend to end your life here. Whatever you clearly believe I have earned the right to do after everything you have taken from my people. I intend instead to make certain the Council understands exactly what happened here tonight, an attack launched in direct violation of a formal ruling, against the household under that Council's own protection. Whatever resources you have left, whatever allies still owe you loyalty, this will be the end of them once the full truth of tonight reaches the same hall where your house's crimes were first exposed. Castellan's expression, bound and defeated in the tangled roots of the very bloodline he had spent 15 years trying to destroy, carried a complicated mixture of fury and something that looked, unexpectedly, almost like relief, the particular exhaustion of a man who had spent so long pursuing a single, consuming grievance that its final, undeniable failure came almost as a release from a burden he no longer had the strength to carry. Then finish it, he said quietly. I have nothing left to lose by your mercy, and nothing left to gain by your cruelty. Do whatever the Council decides is proper, and let this finally, truly be finished. The formal reckoning that followed in the weeks after the battle carried none of the dramatic tension of the original Council gathering, the evidence of an unprovoked, direct assault against the Council-protected household proving considerably more damning than even the ledger's historical crimes had been, and Castellan's remaining standing, what little his desperate final gambit had left him, was formally, permanently stripped. The man himself remanded into the Council's custody to face whatever judgment his considerable crimes ultimately warranted. It is finished, Rias confirmed to the gathered household once the formal proceedings had concluded, her voice carrying the particular weight of genuine, hard-won relief rather than simple procedural satisfaction. Not merely delayed or diminished this time. Castellan has no house, no coalition, no resources left to rebuild with, and no legal standing remaining to challenge anything the Council has decided. Whatever comes next for this household, it will not come from him. The household's response to this final, undeniable resolution carried none of the raw, exhausted relief Issei might have expected after a year of sustained tension and preparation, but instead something quieter and more thoroughly earned, the particular satisfaction of a family who had built something worth fighting for and had finally, decisively, won the right to simply live in it without the constant shadow of a patient, determined enemy hanging over every ordinary day. Issei's injuries from the final battle, though serious enough to require several days of Asia's dedicated attention, healed fully within the week, and it was during his recovery, lying in the garden beneath the persimmon tree with Eleanor seated beside him, her hand resting protectively over the worst of the fading bruising along his ribs, that the full weight of everything the preceding year had built finally settled into something Issei could properly, fully appreciate rather than simply survive through. You almost died protecting this garden, Eleanor said quietly, her voice carrying the particular rawness of a fear she had clearly been holding back through the entire formal reckoning that followed the battle. I do not think I have properly told you how frightened that moment made me, watching you throw yourself in front of that strike without a single second of hesitation. I wasn't going to let him destroy what an entire year of work had built, Issei said simply. Not the garden, not the settlement, not any of it. That's not hesitation. That's just what protecting something worth protecting looks like, same as you told me once, a long time ago, in this exact spot. Eleanor's eyes carried the bright sheen of tears she did not bother hiding this time, and she leaned down, pressing her forehead gently against his, the particular quiet intimacy of two people who had survived everything a patient, determined enemy could throw at them and had come out the other side still, unmistakably, choosing each other. Then let us spend considerably more of our lives building than defending from now on, she said softly. We have earned that, I think. All of us. We have, Issei agreed, and above them, through the canopy of the persimmon tree, the last light of the summer evening filtered down warm and steady onto a garden that had finally, fully, become exactly what it had always been meant to be, a home, hard-won and thoroughly, permanently theirs. Autumn arrived that year with none of the anxious watchfulness that had shadowed the household's previous seasons, and the settlement Eleanor had first dared to imagine aloud many months earlier began, at last, to rise from careful plans into genuine, physical reality. Sable's cultivation of the bloodline gift, no longer needing to divert so much of its careful attention toward active defense, turned instead toward the steady, patient work of preparing ground for proper homes rather than simple shelter. And the neighboring villages who had spent a year quietly benefiting from the region's unexplained abundance now watched with open curiosity, as the first timber frames rose along the garden's expanding edge. Rias secured the formal territorial recognition the settlement required through the same council that had once nearly required months to simply investigate a single ledger, the process moving with considerably more speed now that House Veritha's fall and Castellan's final defeat had left the Duskwood restoration effort with a reputation for resilience that few remaining houses cared to challenge. The formal charter, when it finally arrived, named the settlement in the old Duskwood tongue, a word Eleanor translated for the household with tears standing bright in her eyes, a phrase that meant, roughly, the place the roots held. My mother would have loved this word, she admitted, standing at the edge of the cleared ground where the first proper homes were beginning to take shape, watching Thessaly and Wren argue cheerfully over the exact placement of a training yard meant for the settlement's growing number of young Duskwood arrivals. She always said a name should carry its own history inside it, so that even a child born generations later, who never knew the story firsthand, could still feel the shape of it simply by speaking the word aloud. Issei, standing beside her with his arm around her shoulders, watched the settlement's careful, hopeful construction with a satisfaction that went considerably deeper than simple relief at Castellan's defeat. This is the thing you pictured, he said. All those months ago, sitting on that overturned timber. It is, Eleanor agreed. Though I confess it has already grown into something larger than I first dared to imagine. I pictured a small settlement, a handful of homes, a place to teach the old traditions properly. I did not picture quite so many people choosing, so readily, to build it alongside us. Indeed, the settlement's growing population reflected exactly the kind of gathering Eleanor had once described to Malbrant many months earlier as the natural response of anything drowning swimming toward the only visible shore. Word of the Duskwood restoration's decisive victories having spread considerably further than the household's original, quiet garden refuge ever could have on its own. New arrivals came now not only from the scattered remnants of Eleanor's own bloodline but from allied houses sending representatives to formally establish trade and diplomatic ties, from neighboring human villages whose farmers had grown curious enough about their unexplained good fortune to seek out its source directly, and even, cautiously, from a handful of Offries's own former faction. Fallen angels who had heard of her genuine, hard-won place within the household and begun to wonder whether a similar path might be open to them as well. Varen took on, almost without anyone formally deciding it should be his role, something like the position of the settlement's chief historian, carefully documenting both the old Duskwood traditions Eleanor and the other survivors could recall and the full, complicated history of the massacre and its long aftermath. Determined that the settlement's children would grow up understanding the true shape of what had been lost and rebuilt rather than a simplified, comfortable version of the story. They deserve the whole truth, he explained to Issei one afternoon, reviewing his careful notes in the modest study that had become, gradually, his own permanent corner of the growing settlement. The comfortable version says a hero arrived and fixed everything, and while I understand why such a story holds appeal, it does a disservice to exactly how much patient, difficult, ordinary work went into everything you see rising around us now. The children of this settlement should understand that heroism, more often than not, looks like reinforcing wards and drafting training regimens and choosing, day after ordinary day, to keep building something worth protecting rather than simply enjoying one dramatic victory and calling the work finished. Issei considered that for a long moment, watching through the study's window as Kiba patiently instructed a cluster of newly arrived Duskwood children in the basic forms Eleanor had once taught him in this exact garden, each small figure earnest and focused in a way that suggested they understood, even at their age, exactly how precious this particular kind of ordinary safety actually was. That's a good way to put it, he said finally. I think I believed, back when all of this started in that forest clearing, that I was just doing one good thing on one particular night. I didn't understand yet that the actual work was going to be everything that came after. Varen's answering smile carried the particular warmth of a man who had found, considerably later in life than he had ever expected, a genuine sense of belonging to something worth documenting for future generations. That is, I think, the truest measure of what you and Eleanor have built here, he said. Not the single dramatic night in the forest, however necessary it was, but everything patient and ordinary that followed it. I suspect the children who grow up in this settlement will understand that lesson far more naturally than either of us managed to learn it, having spent so many years believing danger was simply the permanent condition of the world rather than something that could, with enough patient work, finally be set down. Winter returned to the settlement nearly a full year after the first hard frost had settled over the household's original garden, and this time its arrival carried none of the anxious undertone that had shadowed that earlier season, only the quiet, contented rhythm of a community settling into its first proper cycle of seasons together. The timber homes Sable's careful cultivation had helped rise from bare ground now stood warm and lived in, smoke curling steadily from chimneys along streets that had not existed a year earlier, and the training yard Thessaly and Wren had once argued cheerfully over now hosted regular lessons for a genuinely growing number of young Duskwood children. Some born to survivors who had found their way to the settlement over the preceding year, others simply the settlement's own first generation. Born into safety their parents had never dared to imagine for themselves. Eleanor stood at the edge of that training yard one quiet winter evening, watching Wren, now confidently fluent in both Japanese and the old Duskwood tongue, patiently correcting a much younger child's grip on a practice blade with the same careful patience Thessaly had once shown her, and Issei, joining her at the fence rail, felt the full, settled weight of everything the preceding 2 years had built finally, completely at rest. I used to imagine this exact scene, she admitted, without turning from the yard. In the earliest days, before I let myself believe it might actually be possible. I would picture children training safely, the old traditions being taught properly, and then I would remember it was only ever a picture, and the grief of that would nearly undo whatever hope had let me imagine it in the first place. And now, Issei asked gently? Now it is simply Tuesday evening, she said, a soft, genuine laugh escaping her at the plain, ordinary truth of it. Now it is simply what our life looks like, rather than a wound I visit in my imagination because the reality remains forever out of reach. I do not think I will ever stop feeling a small, private disbelief at that, watching it happen in front of me rather than merely picturing it. But it no longer hurts to imagine. That is, I think, the truest measure of how far we have come. The Settlements Council, formed gradually over the preceding months from among the household's original family and the growing number of settled arrivals, had begun meeting regularly to manage the community's continued growth, and it was during one such meeting, held in the modest hall that had become the settlement's informal gathering place, that Rias raised a subject the household had been quietly circling for weeks without quite settling on a final decision. Word continues to spread of what has been built here, she said, addressing the gathered council with the same careful, deliberate focus she brought to every serious matter. More scattered survivors, more curious allies, more, I suspect, who will simply hear a story about a place where danger was met and defeated and safety actually held, and come seeking exactly that for themselves regardless of their bloodline or their history. We are no longer simply a household protecting a garden. We are, whether we fully intended it or not, becoming something considerably larger, a genuine sanctuary that other people are going to keep finding their way toward. That was always the hope, was it not? Sable said. From the very earliest days, when this was still nothing but a single garden and a single frightened survivor's fragile hope for something better. It was, Rias agreed. I simply want us prepared for what continuing to grow actually asks of us, rather than assuming the hardest work is already finished simply because Castellan's threat has been resolved. Sanctuaries require considerably more patient tending than gardens do, and I suspect we are only beginning to understand the full shape of what this settlement is going to eventually become. Eleanor, listening with the same fierce, steady attention she brought to every council discussion, finally spoke into the thoughtful silence that followed, her voice carrying the particular quiet certainty of someone who had spent 2 full years learning exactly what patient, deliberate building actually required. Then we tend it the same way we have tended everything else since that first night in the forest, she said. One ordinary, deliberate choice at a time, and we trust that the family we have already built is more than capable of meeting whatever the next chapter asks of us, the same way it met everything that came before. The council meeting concluded not long after. the gathered family dispersing back into the settlement's quiet winter evening with the same steady, hopeful purpose that had carried them through every difficult season of the preceding 2 years, and Issei, walking home beside Eleanor through streets lined with warm, lit windows and the settled, contented sounds of a genuine community at rest, found himself thinking back, as he often did on quiet evenings like this one, to a forest clearing many seasons ago, to a chained, exhausted stranger who had told him to save himself rather than risk everything for someone she had never met. "I think about that night a lot," he admitted, as they crossed the last stretch of road toward the home that had grown, over 2 years, into something considerably larger than either of them had first imagined. "How close I came to just walking past that grove entirely, if Asia hadn't had that feeling that particular morning." "I think about it often too," Eleanor said, slipping her hand into his. "Though I have come to believe, the longer I have had to consider it, that the particular night mattered less than what followed it. You could have saved me and nothing more, Issei, and I would have been endlessly grateful regardless. What actually changed everything was every ordinary day after that one, every choice to keep building rather than simply rest on having already done one good and difficult thing." They walked the rest of the way home in comfortable, contented silence, the settlement's lamplit windows glowing warm against the winter dark around them, and when they finally reached their own door, the same single lamp Asia had first left burning out of quiet habit still glowing steadily in the hallway window, welcoming them home exactly as it had welcomed every member of their hard-won, ever-growing family for 2 full years running. Issei understood, with the same settled, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every difficult season since that first forest clearing, that whatever the future eventually asked of this family, they would meet it exactly the way they had met everything else, together, patient, and entirely unwilling to let go of everything they had already, so carefully, built. Spring returned to the settlement with the particular abundance that had, by now, become something of a quiet regional legend, the neighboring village's curiosity about their unexplained good fortune having gradually softened, over 2 years, into open friendship and steady trade, and it was during one of the settlement's first proper spring festivals, held to mark the anniversary of the original council ruling that had ended House Veritha's standing, that Issei found himself reflecting on exactly how much the shape of an ordinary day had changed since the night everything began. The festival itself carried none of the formal weight of a political occasion, despite its historical significance, unfolding instead as a genuinely joyful, sprawling celebration across the settlement's central square, lanterns strung between the timber homes, long tables laden with dishes that mixed duskwood tradition with the human recipes Asia and Issei's own family had contributed over the years. Children darting between the gathered crowd in games that Thessaly swore traced back to customs older than the massacre itself. "You look pleased with yourself," Eleanor observed, finding Issei watching the festivities from the edge of the square with a contentment that clearly showed on his face. "I'm just thinking about how different this looks from the last time we were all gathered outside together like this," he said, nodding toward the crowd. "That first wedding, everyone braced for danger even while we were celebrating. Nobody's braced for anything tonight. That's new. That's really new, actually, if I think about it honestly." Eleanor followed his gaze across the joyful, unguarded crowd, and something in her own expression softened into the same quiet, disbelieving gratitude she had carried more and more often over the preceding months. "It is new," she agreed. "I do not think I have properly thanked you for that, for the particular gift of an evening where I do not need to count exits, or watch shadows at the edge of the light. I had forgotten, before you, that such evenings were even possible for someone like me." "You don't need to thank me," Issei said. "This isn't just something I built for you. It's something we all built together. You especially. I just helped carry the weight when it needed carrying." It was Offries, approaching with 2 cups of the settlement's own modest spring wine, who interrupted the quiet moment with her usual dry, understated humor, now fully at home among the household's easy rhythms after nearly 2 years of patient, steady belonging. "You two are entirely too sentimental for a festival," she observed, handing over the cups. "Sable has been asking after you both. Apparently there is a formal presentation planned that neither of you were properly informed about, which strikes me as exactly the kind of oversight this family somehow always manages despite 2 years of practice at planning things properly. The presentation, when Eleanor and Issei finally made their way to the square's raised central platform, turned out to be considerably more significant than either of them had anticipated, Sable and the settlement's growing council having spent the preceding months quietly preparing a formal marker for the garden's original persimmon tree, now grown taller and considerably more vital than it had been even 2 years earlier. A carved stone inscribed in both Japanese and the old Duskwood tongue, commemorating the night the tree's roots had first answered a desperate, urgent call. We wanted something permanent, Sable explained, once the gathered crowd had quieted enough to hear her properly. Not simply the settlement's charter, or the council's formal rulings, though those matter a great deal. Something that marks, plainly, for every generation who grows up here without ever needing to understand what came before them, exactly where this all began, and exactly why an ordinary garden was ever worth protecting so fiercely in the first place. Eleanor read the stone's inscription slowly, her hand finding Issei's without either of them quite deciding to reach for the other first, the same instinctive gesture that had carried them through every significant moment since that very first night, and when she finally looked up, her eyes carried the same bright, unguarded emotion Issei had come to treasure more than almost anything else about their life together. "It is beautiful," she said simply, her voice carrying across the quiet, attentive crowd. "Thank you, all of you, for understanding exactly what this garden has always actually meant." The festival continued long into the warm spring night, and Issei, standing beside Eleanor near the newly placed stone marker while the settlement's gathered family celebrated around them, felt the particular, settled satisfaction of a promise made many seasons earlier in this exact garden finally, fully realized, not through a single dramatic victory, but through 2 full years of patient, ordinary, stubborn choosing. Exactly as he had once told her it would need to be built. Late that same spring night, long after the festival's music and laughter had finally quieted and most of the settlement had drifted home to sleep, Varen remained at the edge of the square, reviewing the evening's events in the careful, methodical way that had become his habit as the settlement's chief historian, and it was there that a final, unexpected visitor found him, a young Duskwood messenger, travel-worn and out of breath, having crossed considerable distance to deliver news that could not reasonably wait until morning. "There are more of us," the messenger said, once Varen had brought her before Rias and the rest of the household's core family, still gathered near the newly placed stone marker in the quiet aftermath of the celebration. Not simply scattered survivors like those who found their way here before. An entire hidden settlement, further south, that has survived independently since the massacre, isolated enough that word of what happened here took years to finally reach them. They have heard, now, of the restoration, of the council's ruling, of everything this household has built. They have sent me ahead to ask whether the stories are true, and whether the old alliance between our 2 settlements, broken 15 years ago, when the massacre scattered everyone who might have maintained it, could ever be rebuilt. The household absorbed this news with a mixture of astonishment and quiet, growing hope, and Eleanor, listening with the same fierce, focused attention she brought to every significant moment, felt something in her chest that she had not expected to feel again quite so vividly, the particular ache of discovering that the world she had believed entirely lost still held further, unexpected pieces waiting to be found. "An entire settlement," she repeated softly, as though testing the words for their full weight. "I did not dare imagine that any organized remnant of my people might have survived the massacre beyond scattered individuals. This changes a great deal, if it is true." "It is true," the messenger said. "I would not have made this journey otherwise." They are cautious, understandably so, after everything the Ashen Order and its allies once did to our people. But they are hopeful too, in a way I do not think they have allowed themselves to be in a very long time. They asked me to bring back an honest account of what I found here, whatever that account turned out to be. Rias exchanged a long, thoughtful glance with Eleanor, the same careful strategic consideration she had brought to every significant decision since the household's earliest days, though this particular consideration carried a warmth that had not always been present in her more cautious calculations of the past. "Then let us give her an honest account worth carrying home," she said. "Show her the settlement properly tomorrow, once she has rested. Let her see the training yard, the garden, the families who have found safety here. Let her carry back the truth of what patient, deliberate building can accomplish, and let her southern settlement decide for themselves, with clear eyes, whether they wish to be part of it. Issei, standing quietly beside Eleanor through the entire exchange, felt the same steady, hopeful resolve settle over him that had carried him through every significant turn of the preceding 2 years, the understanding that whatever this new development eventually became, alliance, reunion, the slow rebuilding of an entire scattered people into something whole again, it would be met the same patient, deliberate way everything else had been met since that very first night in the forest. Another chapter, he said quietly, mostly to himself, watching Eleanor's face carry the same fierce, hopeful wonder it had carried on so many significant nights before this one. Another chapter, Eleanor agreed, her hand finding his in the quiet dark beneath the newly placed stone marker, the settlement sleeping peacefully around them, the garden's ancient, patient magic humming steady and unshaken beneath their feet. And I find, standing here tonight, that I am no longer afraid of how many more chapters this particular story still has left to tell, so long as we continue meeting each one exactly as we have met everything so far. Together, Issei said. Together, Eleanor echoed, and above them, through the new spring leaves of the persimmon tree that had first answered a desperate, urgent call 2 long years earlier, the stars settled bright and steady over a garden that had grown, patiently and stubbornly and against every terrible odd, into something worth calling home. The messenger's name, once she had rested enough to properly introduce herself, was Solene, and over the following days she proved as careful and deliberate in answering the household's questions as she had been in delivering her original message, weighing each detail about her southern settlement with the particular caution of someone who had spent her entire life learning that trust, once given carelessly, could cost considerably more than it ever returned. We call it the Hollow, she explained, seated in the settlement's modest council hall with Eleanor, Issei, and Rias gathered attentively around her. It sits in a valley protected on every side by mountains too treacherous for most travelers to cross without knowing the old paths. My grandmother's generation found it in the chaos immediately following the massacre, and we have lived there in careful isolation ever since, hidden well enough that even the Ashen Order, for all its patient hunting, never located us directly. How many? Eleanor asked, and Issei could hear the careful restraint in her voice, the effort of not allowing too much hope into a question that had haunted her for 15 years. Nearly 200, Solene said, and the number settled over the room with a weight that made even Rias's careful composure falter slightly. We are not scattered survivors clinging to fragments of memory, Eleanor. We are a genuine community, with our own elders, our own traditions preserved largely intact, our own children who have grown up never knowing anything but the Hollow's isolated safety. Eleanor's hands, resting in her lap, had gone very still, and when she finally spoke again, her voice carried a rawness Issei had rarely heard from her even during the household's most difficult confrontations. 200, she repeated softly. I spent 15 years believing I might be among the very last of my people. I do not know how to properly hold the news that an entire community survived intact this whole time, hidden only a journey away. I understand the difficulty, Solene said gently. My own elders debated for years whether reaching out to the wider world was worth the risk, even after word of your restoration effort first reached us. Isolation kept us safe for 15 years. It is not a small thing to consider abandoning that safety, however much we might wish to reunite with kin we believed lost. Rias, listening with the same sharp strategic focus she brought to every significant decision, finally spoke into the thoughtful silence that followed. Your elders sent you to observe and report honestly, she said. Not to negotiate any formal alliance immediately. That is correct, Solene confirmed. I am to return with an honest account, nothing more. What the Hollow's Council eventually decides to do with that account will be entirely their own choice, made without pressure from anyone here, however well-intentioned that pressure might be. It was Issei, watching Eleanor's carefully restrained hope war visibly with her old, hard-earned caution, who finally voiced the question he suspected everyone in the room had been circling without quite asking directly. What would it take, he said, for us to actually go there ourselves? Not just send you back with a report, but travel to the Hollow directly, Meet your elders in person. Let them see for themselves exactly who we are rather than simply hearing about it secondhand. Soline considered the question carefully before answering. It is possible, she said. Difficult, given the mountain paths, but possible for a small, capable party. I would need to guide you myself, and I would need to send word ahead so the elders are not caught entirely unprepared by unexpected visitors, however well-intentioned. But yes, it is possible, if you are willing to make the journey. Eleanor turned to Issei, something fierce and hopeful and still carefully guarded moving behind her eyes. You would come with me, she said. It was not really a question. Try and stop me, Issei said simply, and her answering smile, however tempered by old caution, carried enough warmth to settle something anxious in his chest. The household's discussion that followed carried the same careful, deliberate weight of every significant decision the family had faced together, Rias ultimately proposing a small party, Eleanor and Issei at its center, alongside Kiba for both his combat skill and his diplomatic steadiness, and Varen, whose careful historical knowledge of the massacre's full context might prove invaluable in building trust with elders who had spent 15 years protecting their community through isolation. Alone. We leave within the week, Rias said, once the party's composition had been settled. Soline, I trust you to guide them safely and honestly represent everything they will find. Eleanor, Issei, I know how much this journey means to both of you. I only ask that you remember, throughout it, that patience built everything we have here. It will need to build this too. Eleanor's nod carried the same steady, determined resolve Issei had come to love as much as any gentler expression she wore, and that evening, packing quietly for a journey that carried more personal weight than any combat or council gathering the household had faced before, she paused at the window of their room, looking out over the settlement's lamplit streets with an expression Issei recognized as a particular, fragile hope of someone daring to believe, after 15 years of grief, that her people's story might yet hold considerably more chapters than she had ever allowed herself to imagine. The journey to the hollow took the better part of 5 days, Soline guiding them along mountain paths that grew increasingly treacherous the further they traveled from familiar territory, narrow switchbacks carved into cliff faces that had clearly been deliberately left unmarked, natural choke points where a single defender might hold off a considerably larger force. The whole route bearing the unmistakable signature of a people who had designed their isolation with the same patient, careful precision Sable had brought to weaving the settlement's boundary wards. Your grandmother's generation built this route deliberately, Varen observed on the 3rd day, studying the path's careful defensive logic with open professional admiration. This is not simply difficult terrain that happened to hide your people. This is terrain shaped, over years, into something that actively discourages any pursuit. They had good reason to be thorough, Soline said quietly. The first years after the massacre were the most dangerous. Ashen Order scouts came close, twice, before my grandmother's generation finished securing these paths properly. We do not forget how narrow that early survival actually was, however safe the hollow has felt in every year since. Eleanor, walking beside Issei through the mountain quiet, absorbed every detail of the journey with the particular hungry attention of someone finally, after 15 years, retracing steps towards something she had believed lost forever. She had grown steadily quieter as the days passed, not from any lack of hope but from the sheer weight of what she was approaching, and Issei, recognizing the particular quality of her silence, made no effort to fill it with unnecessary conversation, content simply to walk beside her and let her hold the enormity of the moment in whatever way she needed. It was on the morning of the 5th day, cresting a final narrow ridge, that the hollow finally came into view below them, a valley considerably larger and more thoroughly settled than Issei had expected. Timber homes and cultivated fields spread across gently sloping ground protected on every side by the same steep, treacherous mountains they had spent 5 days navigating, smoke curling from dozens of chimneys, the unmistakable, ordinary sounds of a genuine, thriving community carrying faintly up through the clear mountain air. Eleanor stopped walking entirely, staring down at the valley with an expression that carried more raw, unguarded emotion than Issei had seen from her even during their wedding, tears standing bright and immediate in her eyes as the full scale of what Soline had described finally became visible, undeniable reality rather than simply a hopeful account delivered secondhand. It is real, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. 15 years, and it was simply here the entire time, hidden behind these mountains, while I believed myself nearly alone in the world. Issei took her hand, saying nothing, understanding that no words he could offer would carry the proper weight for a moment 15 years in the making, and together they made their way down the final stretch of path toward the valley below, Solin leading the way with the easy familiarity of someone finally, gratefully returning home. Their arrival at the hollow's outer boundary drew immediate, watchful attention. Sentries positioned along the valley's approach with the same careful, disciplined readiness Kiba had once brought to the household's own boundary wards, and it was clear, from the wary, assessing glances the party received, that word of their expected arrival had done little to fully ease the community's deeply ingrained caution. They are not unfriendly, Solin assured them quietly, noting Issei's attentive awareness of the sentry's positioning. Simply careful. 15 years of successful hiding does not disappear overnight, however much the elders might genuinely wish to welcome you. The elders themselves received the party in a modest but clearly significant hall at the valley's center, 5 elderly duskwood figures seated in careful formation, their expressions ranging from open curiosity to the same deep, ingrained wariness the sentries had shown, and it was the eldest among them, a silver-haired woman with sharp, evaluating eyes very like Eleanor's own, who finally addressed the visiting party directly. You carry yourself like someone who has fought for every scrap of safety you currently possess, she said to Eleanor, her tone carrying neither warmth nor hostility, only careful, deliberate assessment. That is a familiar quality among our own people. I am called Marin, eldest of the Hollow's Council. Solin tells us you are Eleanor, of the Duskwood line proper, formally recognized by the outside council that once sanctioned our people's destruction. That council has changed considerably since the massacre, Eleanor said carefully. I do not ask you to trust it blindly. I ask only that you allow me to explain, honestly and without exaggeration, exactly what has been built in the 2 years since I escaped the Ashen Order's final attempt on my life, and let you judge for yourselves whether it represents anything genuinely worth your consideration. Marin studied her for a long, silent moment, the whole hall holding its breath around the weight of that assessment, and when she finally spoke again, her voice carried the faintest crack of something warmer beneath its careful caution. Then speak, child, she said. We have waited 15 years to hear whether the world beyond these mountains held anything worth returning to. I find I am finally, cautiously, ready to listen. Eleanor spoke for nearly an hour, and Issei, standing quietly beside her through the entire account, found himself moved in ways he had not fully anticipated, listening to her lay out the whole shape of the preceding 2 years with a clarity and honesty that held nothing back, not the fear, not the mistakes, not the genuine cost of everything that had been built. She spoke of the forest clearing and the ritual circle, of the household's slow, careful growth, of Malbrandt's cynical calculations and the choice she had made instead to build something real. She spoke of Castellan's patient hunt and his final desperate defeat, of the settlement rising from bare ground, of the persimmon tree and the bloodline gift finally, fully rooted after 15 years of scattered, hunted silence. I will not pretend it has been simple, she said, drawing toward the account's conclusion. We have buried no one, which I count as fortune rather than skill alone, but we have bled for what we built, more than once, and I do not believe that danger has been permanently erased from our future any more than I believe it has been erased from yours. What I can tell you honestly is that we have built something worth that cost. A place where Duskwood children train openly rather than in secret. A place where our traditions are taught properly, where our history is documented honestly rather than softened into comfortable myth. I did not come here today to ask the Hollow to abandon the safety 15 years of careful isolation has built. I came to tell you, honestly, that such safety no longer needs to come at the cost of hiding entirely, and to ask whether your people might be interested in learning more, at whatever pace your own council finds wise. The hall remained quiet for a long moment after she finished, the 5 elders exchanging careful, considering glances, and it was Marin who finally broke the silence. Her earlier careful assessment softened, though not entirely dissolved, into something that looked, cautiously, like genuine consideration. You speak with considerable conviction, she said. But conviction alone has led our people astray before. I would ask you this directly, Eleanor of the Duskwood line. What do you actually want from the Hollow, beyond the reunion your own heart clearly, understandably craves? An alliance? Formal unification under whatever charter your outside counsel has granted your settlement? Simple friendship, maintained at whatever careful distance our own caution requires? Eleanor considered the question with visible care before answering, and Issei recognized, watching her, the same deliberate honesty she had shown in every significant negotiation since the council hall many months earlier. I want whatever the Hollow's people actually want, she said finally. Not what serves my settlement's growth, not what serves any strategic advantage Rias might see in a formal alliance, though I do not doubt she sees several. I want my people, whichever fragment of them I am fortunate enough to have found, to have the genuine choice that 15 years of hunting denied us. If the Hollow's Council decides isolation remains the wiser path, I will respect that choice completely, and I will not return uninvited to pressure you otherwise. If your council decides some form of connection is worth the risk, I would welcome that with everything I have. But the choice belongs entirely to your people, not to my hope. Marin's expression, studying Eleanor across the quiet hall, finally cracked into something unmistakably warmer, the last careful reserve of her initial wariness giving way to genuine, considering respect. That is precisely the answer I hoped to hear, and precisely the answer I feared I would not, she admitted. Too many who have sought us out over the years arrived already certain of what they wanted from us. You are the first, in 15 years, to arrive genuinely willing to accept whatever answer we actually give. The council's deliberation that followed stretched across the remainder of the day and well into the evening. Eleanor's party welcomed, in the meantime, into the Hollow's genuine, cautious hospitality, shone through the valley's cultivated fields and modest timber homes, introduced to families who had spent 15 years believing themselves entirely alone in the world, each conversation carrying the same raw, careful wonder Eleanor herself had shown upon first sighting the valley from the mountain ridge. It was during one such conversation, sharing a quiet meal with a young Hollow family whose children studied Eleanor with open, curious fascination, that Issei found himself struck by exactly how familiar this careful, hopeful atmosphere felt, the echo of every previous Duskwood survivor's first hesitant steps into the household's protection, replayed now on a considerably larger scale, an entire community daring, cautiously, to imagine a future beyond the narrow safety of isolation. They remind me of the earliest days, he told Eleanor quietly that evening, watching the valley settle into its ordinary nighttime rhythm around them. Thessaly, Sable, all of them, back when trusting a roof felt like the hardest thing in the world. It's the same thing, just multiplied across 200 people instead of one. It is, Eleanor agreed. And I find myself hoping, more fiercely than I have allowed myself to hope in a very long time, that we might be given the chance to earn that same trust properly, the same patient way we earned it with every survivor who found their way to our own garden. Marin found them there in the quiet evening light not long after, her expression carrying the particular weight of a decision finally reached, and when she spoke, her voice carried the same careful, deliberate gravity Rias had once brought to the household's most significant strategic choices. The council has reached a decision, she said. We would like to send a delegation to see your settlement directly, before any formal choice is made regarding closer ties. Not the full council. A small party, cautious but genuinely curious, prepared to judge for themselves whether the account you have given us today matches the reality we would find. If it does, I believe our people will finally be ready to consider what comes next, after 15 years of careful, necessary hiding. Eleanor's answering smile carried the full weight of everything she had hoped for since Soline's first unexpected arrival, and Issei, watching her accept Marin's offer with the same fierce, grateful warmth that had first drawn him to stand beside her many seasons earlier, understood that whatever came next, this journey had already, undeniably, succeeded in exactly the way that mattered most. The trouble revealed itself on the second night following Marin's decision, not through any dramatic confrontation but through the quiet, unmistakable urgency of a Hollow sentry arriving at the guest quarters well past midnight, her expression carrying the particular controlled alarm of someone trained to remain calm even when the news she carried was anything but ordinary. Movement along the eastern approach, she reported to Kiba and Issei, both of them already awake and alert at the first sound of her arrival. Not the Ashen Order's methods, not exactly, but similar enough in coordination that Marin wanted you informed immediately. A group of perhaps a dozen, testing the outer paths the same careful way scouts test unfamiliar terrain before committing to something larger. Eleanor, waking at the sound of the conversation, was on her feet and dressed within minutes, and together the small party made their way to the Hollow's Council Hall, where Marin and the other elders had already gathered, their earlier careful hospitality replaced now by the same grim, focused readiness Issei had seen the household adopt during every serious threat of the preceding 2 years. We do not know who they are precisely, Marin admitted, spreading a hand-drawn map of the valley's eastern approach across the council table. Not Ashen Order remnants, our scouts are confident of that much. Castellan's coalition never located us in 15 years of trying. But the timing is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. Word of our willingness to consider contact with the outside world has clearly traveled further and faster than we intended, and it appears we have attracted attention from parties considerably less well-intentioned than your own settlement. Slavers, perhaps, Varen suggested grimly, studying the map's careful annotations. Or simply opportunists who have heard rumors of an intact Duskwood community, and its associated bloodline gift, hoping to seize what House Vareth and the Ashen Order spent 15 years failing to properly claim through more patient means. Eleanor's expression hardened into the same fierce, protective resolve Issei had seen her wear during Castellan's final assault on their own garden, though this time the fury carried an added, personal weight, the particular fury of watching her people's hard-won, fragile safety threatened at the exact moment reunion finally seemed possible. Then we do not let 15 years of careful survival end now, over some opportunist's greed, she said. Marin, your sentries know this terrain better than we ever could. But we have faced exactly this kind of coordinated probing attack before, more than once, and we know precisely how to meet it. Let us stand with your people on this, not as outsiders imposing ourselves on your defense, but as kin who understand exactly what is being risked here tonight. Marin studied her for a long moment, weighing the offer with the same careful deliberation she had brought to every significant decision since their arrival, and finally, slowly, nodded. 15 years of isolation taught us to handle our own threats without outside help, she said. But I find I no longer believe that isolation alone is the wisest path forward, not after everything you have shared with us today. Stand with us, then, and let us see, together, exactly what kind of allies you actually are when the moment demands it rather than simply promises it. The defense that followed unfolded with a coordination that surprised even Kiba, the Hollow's own sentries and fighters, though unpracticed against the kind of large-scale coordinated assault Castellan's forces had once thrown against the household's own boundary, proving fierce and disciplined in the terrain they knew intimately, while Issei, Eleanor, and Kiba brought exactly the kind of experience against organized, ritualist-style opposition that the Hollow's isolated 15 years had never required them to develop. The intruders, when the engagement finally began in earnest along the valley's eastern approach, proved to be exactly the opportunistic mercenary company Varen had suspected, drawn by rumors rather than any deep coordinated plan, and their confidence collapsed rapidly once it became clear the valley's defenders were considerably better prepared than the isolated, vulnerable community they had expected to find. Boost, Issei called, meeting the mercenary company's forward line with the same overwhelming force that had carried him through every serious engagement of the preceding 2 years, and beside him, Eleanor fought with a fierce, focused intensity that drew visible astonishment from the watching Hollow defenders, the bloodline gift answering her call even here, in unfamiliar ground. Roots and vines rising from soil that had never before responded to a Duskwood heir's desperate summons in living memory. It knows me, Eleanor said afterward, breathless and astonished, watching the valley's ancient earth settle back into stillness once the last of the mercenary company had fled into the surrounding mountains rather than press an assault that had clearly turned decisively against them. Even here, in ground I have never before touched. The bloodline gift recognizes the calling regardless of where it is offered. Marin, approaching through the aftermath of the brief, decisive engagement with an expression that had shifted entirely from careful caution into something unmistakably warmer, studied the settling roots with open wonder. Our own elders lost that particular knowledge generations before the massacre even occurred, she admitted. We knew the old stories, but none among us still living had ever witnessed the gift answer so directly, so powerfully. You have brought something back tonight that I feared was lost to us forever, regardless of whatever else comes from this reunion. Eleanor's answering expression carried the full, complicated weight of grief and hope intertwined, the particular ache of restoring something precious to people who had spent 15 years believing it entirely gone. Then let us make certain it is never lost again, she said. Whatever your council ultimately decides about closer ties, I would like to leave what I know of this teaching with you, freely, regardless of the outcome. Some things should not depend on formal alliance to be shared between kin. The days following the mercenary company's failed assault carried a transformed quality entirely, the Hollow's earlier careful wariness giving way rapidly to something closer to open, grateful trust, and Marin's council, meeting again barely a week after their original cautious decision to send only a small observation delegation, arrived instead at a considerably bolder conclusion. We have deliberated at length, Marin announced to the gathered household party and the assembled Hollow community alike, standing before the same council hall where Eleanor had first delivered her honest account many days earlier. We had intended, before recent events, to send only a small delegation to observe your settlement before considering anything further. I confess that plan now feels inadequate to what we have witnessed here. You did not simply tell us a comforting story about safety and restoration. You bled alongside us to defend it, the moment danger actually arrived, without hesitation and without demanding anything in return beyond the simple right to stand with kin. The gathered crowd, considerably larger than the council hall's original modest audience, listened with the same careful, hopeful attention Eleanor herself had shown throughout the entire visit, and Marin continued, her voice carrying clearly across the valley's quiet morning air. Our council has voted, she said, to send a full and proper delegation to your settlement, not merely a handful of cautious observers, but representatives from every family who wishes to see for themselves what has been built. We do not commit yet to full unification, that decision remains too significant to rush, however grateful we feel in this particular moment. But we commit to genuine, open exploration of what a restored connection between our two communities might actually become, and we commit to it with considerably more hope than caution, for the first time in 15 years. Eleanor's response to this announcement carried none of the careful, measured composure she typically brought to significant moments, her emotions finally, fully breaking free of the restraint she had maintained since Soline's first unexpected arrival, tears streaming openly as she embraced Marin before the entire gathered crowd, the elder's own careful reserve dissolving into something equally unguarded in return. Thank you, Eleanor managed, her voice thick with emotion. For 15 years I believed I carried the last living memory of everything my people once were. I did not understand, until this moment, exactly how much weight that belief had placed on me, nor how much lighter it feels to finally set even a fraction of it down among people who remember alongside me. You need not carry any of it alone any longer, Marin said gently, still holding Eleanor's hands in her own weathered ones. That is, I think, the truest gift this reunion offers either of our communities. Not simply safety in numbers, though that matters too, but the considerable relief of shared memory, shared grief, shared hope, distributed properly across an entire people rather than concentrated so heavily onto whichever scattered survivors happened to escape the worst of what was done to us. The preparations for the Hollow's delegation began almost immediately. Nearly 30 representatives selected from across the valley's families, elders and children and everyone between, each eager to witness directly the restoration Eleanor's account had described. Issei found himself, in the days before the delegation's departure, increasingly drawn into conversation with the Hollow's younger generation, children who had grown up entirely within the valley's protected isolation, curious and slightly awed by stories of a world beyond the mountains that had, until now, existed for them only as careful, cautionary history rather than lived reality. Is it true there are humans who know what you are, and still welcome you? One such child asked him directly, her wide eyes carrying the particular unguarded curiosity that only children seemed able to summon around subjects the adults around her still approached with considerable caution. It's true, Issei said, crouching down to meet her eye level with the same easy warmth he brought to every conversation with the settlement's younger residents. My own family welcomed Eleanor within days of meeting her, no hesitation at all. There are plenty of people out there who understand that what someone is matters a lot less than who they choose to be. The child considered this with visible seriousness, the particular gravity children sometimes brought to questions that mattered enormously to them even when the adults around them assumed otherwise. I would like to see that for myself, she said finally. My grandmother says the world outside is dangerous. But Solene says it can be kind too, sometimes, if you know where to look. Both things can be true at once, Issei said honestly. It's dangerous, and it can be kind. I think that's just what the whole world actually is, everywhere, not just outside these mountains. The trick isn't finding somewhere entirely safe. It's finding people worth building something safe together with, wherever you happen to be. The child's answering smile carried the same fragile, hopeful wonder Issei had seen reflected across so many faces throughout the Hollow's careful, cautious community over the preceding days, and as the delegation's departure finally arrived, the valley's entire population gathering to see off the largest group to leave the Hollow's protected isolation in 15 years, Issei felt the full, settled weight of exactly how much this particular journey had already accomplished, regardless of whatever formal decisions still remained ahead. The return journey, considerably slower and more careful with 30 additional travelers unfamiliar with the demands of extended mountain travel, took nearly a week, and Issei found himself, over the course of it, watching the Hollow's delegation transform gradually from cautious, wide-eyed visitors into something closer to genuinely excited kin, the older members trading careful, tentative stories with Varen about traditions they had each preserved slightly differently across 15 years of separation, the children forming quick, easy friendships with Solene despite her own repeated absences during her earlier scouting mission. Marin walked much of the journey beside Eleanor, the two women's careful, measured conversation deepening steadily with every mile, and it was on the final evening before the party's arrival at the settlement, both of them seated beside the small camp's modest fire, that Marin finally voiced something she had clearly been considering throughout the entire journey. I confess I did not expect to feel this way, she admitted, watching the fire's steady light with an expression that mixed genuine warmth with lingering, careful uncertainty. Grateful, hopeful, and still, beneath all of it, afraid of exactly how much we stand to lose if this reunion eventually goes wrong in ways either of us can currently foresee. 15 years of isolation taught the Hollow to survive through careful control of every variable we could manage. This asks us to surrender a great deal of that control, trusting instead in a connection we have only just begun to properly build. I understand that fear better than I can properly express, Eleanor said. I have felt it myself, every single day since Solene's first arrival. But I have come to believe, over these past 2 years, that the alternative, control purchased entirely through isolation, ultimately cost considerably more than the risk of genuine connection ever could. My people were not meant to survive as scattered, hidden fragments forever, however safely each fragment managed to hide. We were meant to be a whole people again, eventually, whatever risk that wholeness requires us to accept along the way. Marin was quiet for a long moment, considering this with the same careful weight she brought to every significant decision, and when she finally spoke again, her voice carried something that sounded, for the first time since their meeting, like genuine, settled peace rather than simple careful hope. Then perhaps that is the whole answer, she said. Not whether reunion carries risk, because of course it does, every worthwhile thing in this world carries some measure of risk. The proper question is simply whether the people offering that reunion are worth the risk of trusting them with it. I believe, watching everything I have witnessed these past 2 weeks, that you are. The party's arrival at the settlement the following afternoon drew nearly the entire community out to greet them, word of the Hollow delegation's approach having traveled ahead through Akino's careful coordination, and Issei watched, with the same deep satisfaction he had felt at the original spring festival, as the settlement's residents. Many of them survivors who had once arrived exactly as frightened and uncertain as the Hollow's delegation now appeared, welcomed the newcomers with the same patient, unconditional warmth that had once been extended to each of them in turn. Thessaly, recognizing several older Hollow residents from fragments of childhood memory she had believed lost entirely, broke into open, disbelieving tears within minutes of the delegation's arrival, and Ren, delighted beyond measure at the prospect of finally meeting Duskwood peers who had grown up with an intact understanding of their shared traditions, immediately began organizing an impromptu tour of the settlement's training yard for the Hollow's own curious children. "It is exactly as you described," Marin told Eleanor quietly, watching the settlement's genuine, unguarded warmth unfold around them. "I confess I expected some measure of performance, however well-intentioned, a community showing its best face to impress visitors it hoped to persuade. I do not see performance here. I see simply what an ordinary day actually looks like for your people, and I find that considerably more persuasive than any formal presentation could have been." The days that followed carried the settlement through its most significant transformation since Castellan's final defeat, the Hollow delegation touring every corner of the community's careful, patient construction, sitting in on council meetings, sharing meals with settlement families, and slowly, steadily, the careful formal distance between the two communities began dissolving into something considerably warmer and more genuine. Old traditions compared and reconciled, shared grief finally. Given proper room to be spoken aloud between people who had each carried it alone for far too long. It was Rias, watching this careful, hopeful integration unfold with the same strategic attention she brought to every significant development, who finally raised the question the entire visit had been building toward, gathering both communities' leadership together in the settlement's council hall on the delegation's final planned evening before their return journey home. "I believe the question in front of both our communities now is not whether this connection is worth pursuing," she said. "I think that question has already been answered, considerably more clearly than any of us anticipated when Solene first arrived at our gate. The question now is simply what form that connection should properly take, and I believe that decision belongs entirely to the Hollow and the Duskwood settlement together, not to my house, however honored we have been to help facilitate this reunion." The negotiations that followed over the delegation's final days carried none of the tense, careful weight of the household's earlier confrontations with House Verath or Castellan's coalition, unfolding instead with the particular, patient warmth of two communities genuinely working to understand exactly how they might best support one another rather than simply survive one another's presence. Marin and Rias worked through the practical questions with careful, methodical attention, how trade between the two settlements might be established, how the Hollow's continued isolation could be gradually, safely opened without exposing the valley to unnecessary risk, how the old Duskwood traditions preserved separately in each community might be properly reconciled into something whole rather than simply layered awkwardly together. It was Eleanor, ultimately, who proposed the framework that both communities finally settled upon, drawing on everything she had learned across 2 years of building her own settlement from nothing, and everything Marin's careful stewardship had taught her about the value of measured, deliberate growth over hasty commitment. "Let us not rush toward full unification," she proposed, addressing the gathered leadership of both communities on the delegation's final evening. "Not because I doubt it is eventually the right path, but because I have learned, through hard experience, that the strongest things are built slowly, with proper attention given to every stage of their growth. Let the Hollow remain the Hollow, sovereign and self-governing, exactly as 15 years of careful stewardship has made it. Let our settlement remain equally sovereign. But let us formally bind the two as sister communities, free movement between them, shared defense should either face renewed danger, and most importantly, a properly maintained connection so that no Duskwood child born in either place ever again grows up believing themselves cut off from the rest of their people." Marin's expression, considering the proposal with the same careful weight she brought to every significant decision, finally settled into something that looked, unmistakably, like relief. "That is precisely the balance I did not know how to properly ask for," she admitted. "Connection without the anxiety of surrendering everything my people spent 15 years carefully building for ourselves. I believe the Hollow's Council will find this proposal considerably easier to embrace than full unification would have been, however much warmth this visit has genuinely built between us." The formal agreement, drafted over the following day with careful attention from both Rias and Marin's council, established exactly the framework Eleanor had proposed, and the ceremony marking its signing, held in the settlement's central square beneath the same persimmon tree that had first answered Eleanor's desperate call 2 years earlier, drew a crowd considerably larger than even the spring festival had managed. Both communities' full populations gathered together for the first time in 15 years of careful, painful separation. Eleanor's words at the ceremony's conclusion carried the full weight of everything the preceding 2 years had built toward, her voice steady despite the visible emotion beneath it, addressing both communities as one gathered people for what felt, to everyone present, like the first time in living memory. 15 years ago, our people were scattered by fire and grief into fragments, that each believed themselves nearly alone in the world, she said. I do not think any of us who survived that night ever fully expected to stand together again, whole enough to properly call ourselves a people rather than merely scattered survivors. I am endlessly grateful, standing here today, to be wrong about that. This agreement does not undo what was taken from us 15 years ago. Nothing ever fully can. But it declares, plainly and permanently, that whatever was taken, we have chosen, deliberately and together, to build something worth the considerable cost of rebuilding it, one patient, ordinary, stubborn choice at a time, exactly as we have built everything else worth having since that terrible night. The ceremony's conclusion gave way to a celebration that stretched long into the evening, both communities mingling freely for the first time, old traditions shared and compared, new friendships formed with the easy warmth of people who had spent far too long believing such gatherings impossible, and Issei, standing beside Eleanor near the newly placed formal marker commemorating the sister settlement agreement, felt the particular, settled satisfaction of watching a promise made many seasons earlier finally, fully realized in a form even he had not fully anticipated when he first spoke it. You did this, he told her quietly, watching the joyful, sprawling celebration unfold around them. Not just tonight. All of it, going back to that first night in the forest. Every choice since then built toward exactly this moment. We did this, Eleanor corrected gently, echoing the same words she had spoken after her victory against Offries many months earlier, her hand finding his in the warm evening light. I could not have carried any of it alone, Issei, not the household, not the settlement, not this reunion. Every person who chose to stay and build alongside me carried some part of this weight, and tonight, watching both our peoples gathered together beneath this tree, I find myself believing, for the first time in 15 years, that the weight has finally become considerably lighter than the joy it has built in return. The weeks following the sister settlement agreement brought a steady, joyful stream of exchange between the two communities, families traveling the now well-marked mountain paths in both directions, children from the hollow attending lessons in the settlement's training yard while young settlement residents made their own careful, wondering first journeys into the valley their elders had only recently learned still existed. Varen, delighted beyond measure at the historical wealth suddenly available to him, spent long weeks traveling between both communities, painstakingly documenting the small, precious differences between traditions each group had preserved separately across 15 years of separation, weaving them carefully back into something whole rather than simply choosing one version over another. It was during this season of careful, joyful reconciliation that Eleanor found herself, on a quiet morning in early summer, sitting with Asia in the settlement's modest infirmary, her expression carrying an unfamiliar mixture of nervousness and quiet, private wonder that immediately caught Issei's attention when he arrived to walk her home. Everything all right? He asked, noting the particular careful way Asia was studying a small collection of readings with focused, gentle attention. Everything is more than all right, Eleanor said, and something in her voice, a fragile, disbelieving joy he had rarely heard from her even during the sister settlement ceremony, made his own heart skip several beats before she had even finished the thought. Asia confirms what I suspected these past several weeks. I am carrying a child, Issei. Our child. The word settled over him with a weight that took several long seconds to properly land, and when it finally did, Issei felt an overwhelming rush of emotion that left him momentarily unable to speak at all, simply crossing the small room to pull Eleanor into an embrace careful enough to mind Asia's gentle warning about excessive enthusiasm, though nothing could have properly contained the sheer, overwhelming joy moving through him in that moment. A child, he finally managed, his voice rough with emotion. We're having a child. We are, Eleanor confirmed, laughing through tears that had finally broken free of her earlier careful composure. I did not expect to feel quite this much all at once. Joy, certainly, more than I know how to properly hold. But also, I confess, an old fear I thought I had finally set down completely, the fear of bringing a Duskwood child into a world that once tried so thoroughly to erase every trace of our bloodline. Issei held her gently, understanding the particular weight of that fear even as he felt his own heart ache at hearing it voiced aloud. That world doesn't exist anymore, he said softly. Not for our kid. Castellan's gone, House Veritha's gone, the Ashen Order's scattered and broken. Our kid is going to grow up exactly the way Ren has, exactly the way every hollow child we just met is going to grow up now too, knowing their whole history, surrounded by people who love them, never once needing to hide what they are. Eleanor's answering smile, still bright with tears, carried the particular fragile hope Issei had come to recognize as her deepest, most guarded kind of joy, the kind she had once believed entirely lost to her 15 years of grief and hiding. I know that truly, she said. I simply needed to say the old fear aloud once, so that I might properly set it down rather than carry it silently the way I have carried so much else. Thank you for holding it with me, even for just this moment. Always, Issei said simply, and meant it with every ounce of the same steady devotion that had carried him through every significant moment of their 2 years together. The news, once shared with the household and quickly, joyfully spreading through the wider settlement, drew a celebration nearly as significant as the sister settlement ceremony itself, the particular, profound symbolism of the Duskwood Restoration's next generation beginning not lost on anyone who had watched the bloodline's careful 2-year recovery from the very edge of extinction. Sable, upon hearing the news, immediately began discussing with quiet, focused excitement exactly how the bloodline gift might respond to a child born directly into ground that had already been so thoroughly, patiently prepared to receive it, while Ren, delighted beyond measure at the prospect of finally having a proper baby to fuss over, immediately began knitting something small and entirely impractical with more enthusiasm than skill. Word reached the hollow within days, carried by one of the many families now traveling regularly between the two communities, and Marin herself made the journey specially to deliver her own congratulations in person, her weathered face carrying an expression of profound, generational satisfaction that went considerably beyond simple polite well-wishing. A child born into both restoration and reunion, she said, taking Eleanor's hands in her own with the same warmth she had shown at their very first meeting. I do not think either of our communities could ask for a more powerful symbol of exactly what these past 2 years have accomplished. Your child will grow up knowing an entire people, Eleanor, not merely a household. That is a gift 15 years of grief once made entirely unimaginable, and I am endlessly honored to have lived long enough to witness it becoming real. The months that followed carried the settlement through its most purely joyful season since the community's founding, Eleanor's pregnancy progressing steadily under Asia's careful, attentive care, and the whole household, along with a growing number of settlement residents, finding themselves drawn into the particular, communal excitement of awaiting the restoration's next generation. Thessaly and Ren took turns fussing over Eleanor with an enthusiasm that occasionally exceeded her patience, though she bore their attention with visible affection rather than genuine complaint. Sable continued her careful study of the bloodline gift's response to the pregnancy, noting with quiet wonder that the garden's ancient magic had begun responding to Eleanor's presence with a warmth and intensity even the sister settlement ceremony had not fully drawn out. It recognizes what is coming, Sable explained to Issei one afternoon, showing him the subtle, steady increase in the ley currents running beneath the garden's soil. Not simply the child himself, though I suspect it recognizes that too, in whatever way this magic understands such things. It recognizes the whole shape of what your family represents now, restoration, reunion, continuation. I do not think any Duskwood child has been born into ground this thoroughly, joyfully prepared to receive them in longer than even the old stories properly remember. Varen, for his part, threw himself into documenting every detail of the pregnancy's progress with the same careful historical attention he brought to everything else, determined that the settlement's eventual archives would properly record exactly how the restoration's first new generation had come to be, not as simple biological fact but as the culmination of everything the preceding 2 years had painstakingly built. This child will grow up reading about a massacre and a restoration in the same careful history, he told Issei one quiet evening, reviewing his extensive notes with visible satisfaction. But they will also grow up living, breathing proof that the restoration won, ultimately, considerably more decisively than the massacre ever did. I cannot think of a more fitting way for this particular history to continue unfolding. The autumn that followed brought the household through Eleanor's final months of pregnancy with the same steady, patient care that had defined every significant season of the preceding 2 years, and it was on a crisp, clear morning in early winter, nearly exactly 2 years after the household's original wedding beneath the persimmon tree, that Eleanor went into labor. The whole settlement holding its collective breath through the long hours that followed with the particular, unified anxiety of a community awaiting news that mattered to every single resident rather than simply one family. Issei remained at Eleanor's side throughout, offering what steady, quiet support he could while Asia worked with careful, practiced skill, and it was well into the afternoon, the winter sun beginning to slant long and golden through the infirmary's windows, that the settlement finally received the news it had been anxiously awaiting: a healthy child, born safely, the first new life born directly into the restoration's hard-won peace. They named him Corin, a name Eleanor explained carried old Duskwood roots meaning something close to the one who returns, chosen deliberately to honor both the restoration's long, difficult journey and the profound hope his birth represented for everything still to come. The settlement's celebration of his arrival stretched across several joyful days, families from both the settlement and the hollow traveling to offer their congratulations, and Marin herself made the journey once more, cradling the infant with the same profound, generational satisfaction she had shown upon first hearing the pregnancy's announcement. He is the first Duskwood child in 15 years born who will never need to understand what it felt like to run, she said softly, watching Corin sleep peacefully in Eleanor's arms. That is no small thing, Eleanor. That is, I think, the truest measure of everything this restoration has actually accomplished, distilled into one small, sleeping proof that the worst the world once did to our people did not, in the end, have the final word. Eleanor, exhausted but radiant in a way Issei had never quite seen from her before, looked down at their sleeping son with an expression that held every ounce of hope and grief and fierce, protective love the preceding 2 years had taught her to carry all at once, and when she finally looked up to meet Issei's eyes, the warmth in her expression carried the full, settled certainty of a promise finally, completely fulfilled. We built this, she said softly. Exactly the way you once told me we would, one ordinary day at a time. We did, Issei agreed, settling beside her with his arm around her shoulders, watching their son sleep peacefully in the golden winter light. And we're going to keep building it, for him, for everyone who comes after him, for as long as it takes. Corin grew through his first year surrounded by the particular, abundant attention of an entire community that had waited 15 years for exactly this kind of ordinary miracle, and Issei found himself, watching his son grow steadily from a small, sleeping bundle into a curious, babbling presence underfoot in the garden's warm spring soil, reflecting often on exactly how far the shape of an ordinary day had traveled since that first desperate night in the forest clearing. The settlement itself had continued its steady, patient growth throughout Corin's first year, the sister settlement agreement with the hollow deepening into genuine, comfortable familiarity rather than remaining the careful, formal arrangement it had first been, families from both communities now regularly hosting one another for extended visits, the old mountain paths worn smooth from steady, joyful traffic that would have seemed impossible only a year earlier. Varen's careful historical archive had grown into something the settlement's council now formally maintained, a proper record of everything from the massacre's true, difficult history to the small, precious details of reconciled tradition, ensuring that Corin's own generation, and every generation after his, would grow up understanding the full weight and hope of everything that had come before them. Offries, whose own patient integration into the household had continued steadily throughout the preceding year, found herself, somewhat to her own visible surprise, formally invited to join the settlement's growing training staff alongside Kiba and Thessaly, her considerable combat experience proving invaluable in preparing the settlement's young Duskwood fighters for whatever challenges the future might still hold. And it was during one such training session, watching her patiently correct a young student's stance with the same careful attention she had once brought to studying Eleanor's fighting style before their combat, that Issei found himself reflecting on exactly how thoroughly the household's family had grown and transformed since that very first night. "You've come a long way," he observed, approaching her during a brief pause in the lesson. Offries's expression carried the particular, understated warmth she had gradually allowed herself to show more openly over the preceding year. "I have," she agreed. "I did not expect, standing in that combat circle against Eleanor, that losing so decisively would eventually leave me here, teaching children whose entire people I once, if only briefly, stood against on Castellan's behalf. I find I do not regret the path that brought me to this particular version of my life, whatever mistakes led me toward it initially. That's kind of the whole point of this place, isn't it?" Issei said. "Everybody who ends up here was running from something, or fighting for the wrong side of something, or just plain lost. What matters is what they choose once they actually find their way here." Offries's answering nod carried genuine agreement, and their conversation was interrupted, a moment later, by the arrival of Eleanor herself. Corin balanced easily on her hip, his small hands reaching curiously toward the training yard's practice weapons with the fearless enthusiasm of a child who had never once needed to understand why such things might once have been necessary for survival rather than simple tradition. "He wants to hold a practice sword already," Eleanor said, amused despite herself, as Corin babbled something enthusiastic and entirely unintelligible in the direction of Offries's own training blade. "I suspect Thessaly has been letting him watch her lessons rather more closely than strictly wise for a child his age. Can't start him too early," Issei said, grinning as he took his son from Eleanor's arms, Corin immediately settling into the familiar comfort of his father's hold with the easy trust of a child who had never once needed to learn caution around the people meant to protect him. "Though maybe let's wait until he can actually walk properly before Thessaly hands him anything sharp." Eleanor's laugh carried across the training yard, warm and unguarded in the particular way that had become so wonderfully ordinary over the preceding 2 years, and watching her, watching Corin's delighted, curious babbling, watching the whole settlement's steady, hard-won peace continue unfolding around them in the warm spring afternoon, Issei felt the full, complete weight of everything the household had built finally thoroughly settle into something he no longer needed to actively defend against disappearing, simply something to live inside gratefully, one more ordinary day at a time. It was on one such ordinary afternoon, nearly a year and a half after Corin's birth, that the settlement received a visitor whose arrival would prove, in time, to reshape the shape of the family's story once again, though none of them fully understood that significance in the moment itself. She arrived not through the mountain paths that connected the settlement to the hollow, nor through any of the diplomatic channels Rias's careful network typically used, but simply on foot, alone, along the main road from Ko, a young woman with the unmistakable bearing of Duskwood heritage though carrying herself with none of the careful, hunted wariness Issei had come to associate with survivors of the original massacre's generation. "I am not fleeing anything," she said, once the settlement's sentries had brought her before Eleanor and Issei in the council hall, her voice carrying an easy, curious confidence that immediately marked her as belonging to a considerably different generation than Thessaly or Sable, or any of the original survivors. "I have heard the stories, of course. Everyone of Duskwood blood has by now, whether they grew up in the Hollow's isolation or scattered elsewhere across the world entirely unaware of either community's existence. I am something of the latter. My mother survived the massacre as an infant, smuggled out by a human family who raised me with only fragments of the old traditions and half-remembered stories about a bloodline gift she herself barely understood. I only recently learned there might be actual, living kin remaining in the world, rather than simply scattered, half-forgotten fragments like myself." Eleanor's expression, listening to this account, carried the same complicated mixture of recognition and grief that every new revelation about her people's scattered survival continued to draw from her, even now, considerably more settled into hope than fear. "What is your name?" she asked gently. "Fenna," the young woman said. "Of a bloodline my adoptive family always simply called Duskwood, though I confess I know considerably less of the proper old traditions than I suspect you might expect from someone claiming this heritage." "That is not a failing," Eleanor said immediately, with the same fierce, protective warmth she had shown every survivor who had ever arrived uncertain of their welcome. It is simply what 15 years of scattering costs a people, knowledge lost between generations who never had the safety to properly pass it forward. You are exactly as much dustwood as anyone raised within the hollow's careful isolation, Fenna. We would be honored to help you reclaim whatever the years took from you. Fenna's visible relief at this response carried the particular, familiar weight of every previous arrival's first taste of unconditional welcome, and it was only as the conversation continued, Fenna answering Rias's careful, curious questions about her upbringing and the fragments of information her adoptive family had preserved, that something considerably more significant began to emerge. Details about the family who had smuggled her mother from the original massacre, details that Varen, listening with growing, focused intensity from the edge of the room, finally could not allow to pass without comment. The family who saved your mother, he said carefully. Do you know anything of their own history, why they happened to be present at the massacre, or how they managed to escape with an infant when the Ashen Order's forces were so thorough in their pursuit of every other survivor? Fenna considered the question with visible thought. Only fragments, she admitted. My grandmother, the human woman who raised my mother, always said very little about that night, beyond the fact that she had once served, briefly, within a household connected to the coalition that ordered the massacre, and could not live with what she had witnessed once the fire actually began. She left that service immediately afterward, taking my mother with her, and spent the rest of her life in quiet fear that someone from her old employer's household might eventually come looking for either of them. The room went very still at this detail, and Issei watched Varen's expression shift into something sharp and urgent, the particular focus of a historian recognizing a thread that might unravel considerably more of the massacre's carefully hidden history than anyone had previously uncovered, even through the ledger that had once ended House Veritha's standing entirely. Which household? He asked carefully, though something in his tone suggested he already suspected, with grim certainty, exactly what answer was coming. I do not know the name precisely, Fenna admitted. My grandmother refused to speak it aloud, even in her final years. She only ever called them, with considerable bitterness, the family who built their fortune on other people's ashes. Varen's expression, hearing this, carried a weight that settled heavily over the entire room, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried the particular grim certainty of a man recognizing an old, unfinished thread of history he had believed, until this exact moment, fully resolved. There is another house, he said quietly. One I have long suspected played some role in the original coalition, though I was never able to properly prove it before Castellan's fall consumed the whole of the council's attention. If your grandmother's account is accurate, Fenna, I believe you may have just handed us the first genuine thread toward finally, completely finishing what began that night in the forest so many seasons ago. That evening, once Fenna had been settled into the settlement's guest quarters and the household's core family had gathered once more in the quiet privacy of their own home, Eleanor stood at the nursery window watching Corin sleep, his small chest rising and falling with the easy, untroubled rhythm of a child who had never once needed to fear the dark, and Issei, joining her there, felt the familiar weight of a new thread of danger settling alongside the deep, settled peace they had spent so long building. Another house, she said quietly, echoing Varen's grim words from earlier. I had allowed myself to believe, these past months, that the reckoning was finally, fully complete. I should have known better. 15 years of hidden cruelty rarely confines itself to a single guilty party. Issei took her hand, watching Corin's peaceful sleep alongside her. Maybe it isn't finished, he said. But look at everything we're bringing to it this time, compared to that first night in the forest. A whole settlement. A sister community across the mountains. A council that actually listens now instead of needing to be dragged into caring. Whatever this house turns out to be, we're not facing it as a household defending one garden anymore. We're facing it as an entire people who already proved, more than once, exactly what happens to anyone who underestimates what we're willing to build and defend together. Eleanor's answering smile carried the same hard one, steady resolve that had carried her through every difficult season of their life together, tempered now by the deep, settled peace of a woman who no longer feared that peace could be so easily taken from her again. Then let us learn the whole truth of it carefully, she said, patient rather than reckless. We have all the time such patience requires now, and considerably more strength to meet whatever it eventually reveals. Together, Issei said, the same simple promise that had carried them through every chapter of their story so far. Together, Eleanor agreed, and outside their window, the settlement settled into its ordinary, peaceful evening rhythm, lamplight glowing warm and windows across streets that had not existed 4 years earlier, a whole community sleeping soundly beneath the quiet stars, unaware of the new thread quietly beginning to unspool at its edges, and entirely, unshakably certain that whatever it eventually revealed, they would meet it exactly as they had met everything else, patiently, together, and without ever once considering the possibility of doing anything less. Thanks for listening.